Chapter 268. A violent explosion appeared in front of Wu Ming, and a gust of wind engulfed Wu Ming. His clothes fluttered in the wind. The mana fog dispersed, but what entered Wu Ming's eyes was a huge shield. This sense of déjà vu really makes one feel somewhat helpless. This scene caused Wu Ming to recall the scene when he was fighting Romo. Back then, Wu Ming had also fired a beam of light, but it was blocked by Rama's Aegis shield. However, it wasn't the Aegis shield, but a shield that Wu Ming didn't recognize. A noble artifact. After all, only a relic could block Wu Ming's silver meteor. At this moment, the huge shield began to crack. Then, it shattered and turned into bits of black light before disappearing. After the shield shattered, the figure behind the shield was revealed. This figure was pitch black. Other than its blood-red eyes and the blue lines on its cheeks, the rest of its body was completely black. Let's call him Black Follower for now. It seemed that the Black Follower was furious because his shield was broken. He waved his hands, and countless black ripples appeared on the ground beside him. This move. Could it be? Wu Ming looked at this very familiar scene and felt a little excited for a moment. However, the Black Follower would not let go of any opportunity to kill the enemy. Countless swords, spears, swords, and halberds emerged from the black ripples. Black Follower turned his hand, and countless weapons were pointed at Wu Ming. The weapons that were summoned by Black Follower were all noble relics. Swish, swish, swish. Countless relics shot towards Wu Ming, but Wu Ming did not panic at all. He did not even try to dodge. Then, a series of explosions occurred at Wu Ming's location. Boom, boom, boom. After the explosion, smoke and dust covered the place where Wu Ming was standing. As expected, you are the hero king. Gilgamesh, my disciple. Wu Ming's voice came from the dust cloud. Black Follower was slightly stunned when he heard someone calling his name. When the dust settled, Wu Ming held a shield in his hand. It was the Aegis shield that Romo had used in the previous battle, the Aegis shield. Behind Wu Ming, the Mantula formation appeared. Then, Wu Ming put the shield back into the formation, and the formation disappeared. That's right, this was the materialization of the Sword of Salvation held by the last king, the Mantula formation, which was comparable to the Gate of Babylon. After successfully becoming the hero and becoming the last king, Wu Ming thought more than once that since the Sword of Salvation was the weapon of the last king, could Wu Ming, who had become the last king, use the Mantula formation and the countless god relics in it? The answer was yes. Wu Ming had successfully materialized the Sword of Salvation and formed the Mantula formation. He had also taken out the god relics in it and used them. Now, Wu Ming had turned the tables on Black Follower. But shouldn't you be with Angelica Ainsworth? Why are you here? That was right. Angelica, who fought Wu Ming in the parallel world, had undoubtedly used Gilgamesh's card. The Gate of Babylon wasn't something that anyone could use. Only Gilgamesh, the king of Babylon, could possess this precious artifact. Just when Wu Ming was thinking, Black Gilgamesh summoned countless relics from the black ripples again. Forget it. I'm the idiot who's talking to you. No matter what, you're just a force without consciousness now. As Wu Ming spoke, the Mantula formation appeared behind him again. Black Gil roared and shot countless relics at Wu Ming. Meanwhile, Wu Ming simply waved his hand and countless god relics shot at Black Gil. Bang! 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 Black Gil's relics collided with Wu Ming's god relics and the explosions cancelled each other out. Black Gil was enraged, perhaps seeing that the technique that he was proud of did not work. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a gust of wind. A black ripple appeared in Hegel's hand, and a strange weapon emerged from it. It was a weapon that looked more like a staff than a sword. Is that the Guile Separation Sword? Wu Ming recognized the weapon that was accompanied by a raging red hurricane as soon as it appeared. After all, Wu Ming had used it before and there was a weapon similar to the Guile Separation Sword in the Mantula formation. However, Wu Ming was not going to use the Guile Separation Sword from the alternate world. That was because, Xiao En, as Wu Ming commanded, countless chains shot out from the golden ripples behind Wu Ming. Their target was Black Gil, who was holding the Guile Separation Sword. Black Gil seemed to have sensed the danger as well. He immediately summoned the black magical mist around him to block the chains and set up many shield relics in the magical mist. However, how could the improved version of Enkidu, which had both offense and defense, be blocked by the magical mist? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The golden chains pierced through the magical mist, bypassed the shields, and instantly wrapped around Black Gil. The red hurricane on the guile separation sword that Black Gil was holding disappeared, and the 3 rotating blades stopped spinning. Even the magical mist around Black Gil disappeared. This was the powerful power of the silent earthlock, Enkidu, the binding energy. The magic fog had been forced back into Hegil's body. The magic fog was formed by a class card, so it was natural for it to leak out when there was too much magic in the body. Naturally, it could be taken back. Black Gil roared furiously when he felt that he was restricted. Sure enough, it's just a force. If he's really here, how could he be so easily restrained by Enkidu? Wu Ming shook his head and crossed his arms in regret. Checkmate. Wu Ming flew down from the sky and walked to the restrained Black Gil. Wu Ming extended his hand and infused it with magical power. He instantly inserted it into Black Gil's heart and grabbed a card. It was the class card of the Archer class card. However, Wu Ming discovered a trace of a problem. He could not take out a class card. Hegil, who had been furious, instantly changed his expression. He chuckled as if his plan had worked. Then, Wu Ming felt that his hand was corroding. Releasing the class card, Wu Ming instantly pulled his hand out. Looking at his right hand that was still emitting black smoke, Wu Ming could not help but look at Black Gil's heart. I opened a big hole there, and there was some black substance inside the hole. However, the black substance was different from the black substance on Black Gil's surface. It was the black mud that had the aura of the Dragon of Origin. TSK. Trouble. Chapter 269. Outside the mirror world, Rin Enasaka and Luvia closed their eyes and crossed their arms as they waited quietly. Bazette, on the other hand, stood in the same spot without moving an inch. Ma Yu, on the other hand, looked worriedly at the place where Wu Ming disappeared. As for Ilya, why hasn't Big Brother come out yet? Ilya kept walking and started complaining. Little Black, who was sitting on the steps at the entrance, looked at Ilya with disdain. That's a guy who has absorbed the Earth Vein's magic power for almost 2 months. Even if it's Big Brother, it'll be troublesome. Then, Little Black smiled and waved his hand. But, with Big Brother's strength, he'll definitely be able to deal with it. But, I'm very worried. I can't do anything about it. Ilya drooped her little head and said dejectedly. It's okay. It's normal for Ilya to be worried about Brother Wu Ming. You don't have to feel ashamed about it. Ma Yu, who was looking at the spot where Wu Ming disappeared, walked up to Ilya and patted her little head. It seemed like Ilya had never been patted on the head by Ma Yu before and was unable to get used to it. What's wrong? Ilya, did I go overboard? Ma Yu had a worried look on her face. That's not it. It's just that I'm not used to it. Speaking of which, Ma Yu seems to be very familiar with it. Ilya patted her head with a smile. This is because Brother Wu Ming often patted my head at home. I learned it unknowingly, Ma Yu said embarrassedly as her cheeks reddened. Ma Yu can enjoy Big Brother's patting every day? I'm so envious. Ilya heard and cried out enviously. Ilya, don't be like this. I'm so shy. Wu Ming pushed Ilya with a red face. And just as Ilya was about to say something, the space around her shattered. Catcher. A red hurricane shot out from the broken space. What is this? Ilya asked in surprise. Then, a pitch-black face appeared in the shattered space. What? What is this? Ilya was clearly shocked. Ilya. Ma Yu. Hurry back. Rin Enban yelled anxiously. He's not someone you can deal with. Luvia shouted. Bazette, on the other hand, was the first to rush over. Ma Yu stared blankly at Black Gil, who was not far away. She fell into an overwhelming silence. Ma Yu clearly knew that this enemy was Wu Ming's opponent in the mirror world. Since the enemy had broken through space and came out, then Wu Ming had already, Brother Wu Ming, Bazette raised his fist, and Lune runes appeared on his fist. Bazette's strengthened fist heavily smashed into Blackgill's face. But, bang! Bazette was sent flying by the impact. Hee. Blackgill laughed with a twisted expression, and a dense black magic fog surrounded him. This is high-density magic fog, Bazette exclaimed in surprise. This scale is much greater than Saber's. Rin Enban and Luvia were also surprised. Ilya, let's go. Mayu, who was awakened by Bazette's attack, instantly pulled Ilya and flew toward Rin Enban and Luvia. Hurry. Ilya, you take me. Mayu, take Luvia. Let's quickly retreat from here, Rin Enban said. But, big brother, crack. Arth. Space shattered, and an exit that allowed Blackgill to pass through appeared. Blackgill laughed loudly. Whoosh, bang. A black arrow hit Blackgill, and the resulting explosion covered Blackgill's figure. Little Black. Ilya looked at Little Black. What are you doing? Hurry up and retreat. Little Black maintained his bow and arrow posture, and projected another bow and arrow. But, big brother, he's still. Ilya said worriedly. Big brother is very powerful. He'll be fine. On the other hand, if Big Brother comes out of the mirror world and finds out that we're dead, then Big Brother will be very sad. Ilya, let's retreat. At this moment, Mayo's voice came from beside Ilya. Mayu. Why? Ilya didn't understand why Mayu also chose to retreat and give up on Wuming. Brother Wuming and I have an agreement. Brother Wuming said that he will definitely return safely from the mirror world. I believe in Brother Wuming. Seeing Mayo's firm gaze, Ilya was dazed for a moment. Then, she smiled and nodded heavily. Okay, I understand. Let's go, Ruby. Wow. Wow. You're all pumped up. Whoosh. Boom. Blackie shot another arrow at Hegel. Arth. Blackgill was enraged by Little Black's behavior. Hurry up and come over. I'll cover you. Little Black, who was already at the entrance, naturally didn't need to take the lead. Thus, she needed to cover the others. Then, Ilya carried Rin Enban while Mayu carried Luvia. The two of them flew toward the entrance of the passage. Bazette, who originally wanted to continue attacking, also began to retreat after Rin Enban said, the opponent has a noble artifact that can break through space. If you want to die, we won't stop you. It could only be said that Bazette was a little silly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Little Black shot a few more arrows at Blackgill. Bang. Boom. However, Blackgill's magical mist shattered all of Little Black's arrows. Arth. Blackgill roared. Black ripples appeared around him, and countless noble artifacts appeared. Blackgill roared again, and countless noble artifacts shot toward Little Black. Little Black, run! Ilya and the others had already arrived at the center of the passage, so they hurriedly called for Little Black, who was still fighting Blackgill and covering them, to retreat. Little Black jumped lightly and grabbed the handrail of the stairs in the passage. Boom 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 boom. Countless noble artifacts that lost their target bombarded the wall and the ceiling began to shake. Boom boom, not good, Big Brother hasn't come out yet. Ilya exclaimed when she saw the underground cave began to collapse. It's too late. The collapse of the cave can only delay the Black Servant's footsteps. We must quickly leave the passage and return to the surface. Otherwise, it's likely that we will be killed in this passage. Rin Enban said calmly. Ilya and the others who were no longer emotional looked at each other, nodded, and began to fly toward the surface. At this moment, a sound like an airplane taking off came from the underground. Chapter 270. This is. Rin and Asaka and the others were shocked. What they saw was a pitch-black aircraft that looked like a bird. If Wuming was here, he would definitely recognize this. Vimana, even in Gilgamesh's treasure trove, was one of Gilgamesh's favorite treasures. Vimala's entire body was made of gold and emeralds. It could roam freely in the sky and the sea. Not only was the Vimosa equipped with various high-level relics, but it was also equipped with ancient nuclear warheads. Most importantly, the Vimosa was powered by the sun crystal that used mercury as fuel to generate solar energy. It could move at a high speed, regardless of the laws of physics. Regardless of whether it was moving vertically, descending vertically, moving left and right, or flying diagonally, the Vimosa could do all of them. Moreover, it could ensure that the passengers were safe and sound. However, because the servant was in the dark state, all of Gilgamesh's noble phantoms, including Vimana, had turned black. The black bird moved towards the ground through the passageway, and all the stairs in the passageway were destroyed. Not good. Everyone, run! Rin Enban shouted in panic. Even if Rin Enasaka hadn't said anything, even if Big Sister Rin didn't say anything, we would still leave. Ilya hugged Rin Enban and flew out of the tunnel, crashing to the ground. Mayu, Luvia, Little Black, and Bazette also came out of the tunnel at the same time as Vimor flew out. Swish! Waimona flew up vertically like a giant bird. Soon after, the originally upright Vimona flattened out, and the pitch-black Gilgamesh sat steadily on the open-air seat of the Vimona. With a twisted laugh, he drove the Vimona away. Ah! Everyone who had escaped the calamity sat weakly on the ground. Ilya, Mayu, and Blackie looked at the collapsed tunnel with sorrow. They didn't say anything, only silence. Not good, that fellow is heading towards the city. Rin Tobasaka immediately recognized Vimona's movements and exclaimed in a panic. Let's hurry and stop him. Ilya stood up with a look of grief and indignation. Suddenly, a rather bored female voice sounded. I didn't expect the first-rate magician from the clock tower to be so useless, and you bunch of useless children. A silver-haired girl with golden eyes arrived in front of Rin Enban and the others. Ms. Karen. Because Vimor seemed to be looking for something and didn't attack the city, Ilya and the others weren't in a hurry. The main point was that Karen, who seemed to be closely related to the Holy Church, had already used a spell to dispel and make people sleep. There were no longer any humans in the city. Rin Enasaka and Luvia both blushed when they realized this. It could be said that the two of them had failed in their duties for not preparing for this in advance. After a short conversation with the girl named Karen, Ilya and the others left the collapsed passage and temporarily found a place to rest, preparing to stop the Dark Gilgamesh. After Karen's explanation, everyone learned a lot of things, including the secrets of Wuming and Mayu, as well as what the Dark Gilgamesh was looking for. The Holy Grail. Sitting on a chair outside the small wooden house, Ilya said in confusion. After all, she was born to be the Little Holy Grail. What are you talking about? The Little Holy Grail is obviously me. Ilya, you can just be a primary school student. Little Black sat beside Ilya and comforted her, although the way he comforted her was a little unusual. Ahahaha, you're right. Thank you, Little Black. Ilya looked at Little Black with a face full of smiles. Little Black turned his head away proudly. Speaking of which, Mayu is suffering the most right now, right? Ilya looked at Mayu, who was staring at the moon in a daze. Yes, we don't know if Big Brother is dead or alive. Compared to Mayu, who is Big Brother's younger sister, the two of us are doing better. Of course, it didn't mean that Ilya and Little Black weren't worried about Wuming. It was just that Mayu, who had lived with Wuming for almost all of her life, must be feeling very uncomfortable now that she didn't know if her brother was dead or alive. Don't worry. Wuming is the great sage of the Uruk. He's a legendary fantasy breed that even Kanzaki couldn't destroy. How could he be killed so easily? Luvia's voice sounded. That's right. He's the teacher of the most ancient king. As the saying goes, the older you are, the wiser you are. If he dies so easily, it would be too degrading. Rin Enasaka's voice followed. Rin Enasaka and Luvia were standing behind Ilya and Little Black without them noticing. Ah, you scared me. Really, Sister Rin and Sister Luvia, why didn't you make any sound when you walked? Ilya was shocked. On the other hand, Little Black seemed to have noticed the two of them long ago and didn't show much panic. You're paying too much attention to Mayu. Look at Little Black and you're fine, Rin Enasaka complained. Is Mayu still worried about Wuming? Luvia looked at Mayu with some heartache. Although Mayu had only stayed in her house temporarily, Luvia had already treated Mayu as her younger sister. Big Brother, are you really all right? Ilya's voice became gloomy once again when this topic was brought up. You just need to believe in him, Rin Enasaka said confidently. Although it seemed like Rin Enasaka and Luvia weren't worried about Wuming's safety, they actually believed in Wuming. They believed that he was a heroic spirit who had saved them. He was a high-level existence, but he was still their equal partner. At that moment, Mayu moved. Mayu turned around and jogged to the small wooden hut where everyone was gathered. That aircraft is making a big move. Mayu pointed at Vimona, who was moving at full speed toward Yuzong Mountain. It really is Yuzong Mountain. Let's go. Through the information provided by Karen and the judgment of Rin Enasaka and the others, everyone had more or less guessed that Dark Gilgamesh's target was the Great Holy Grail. Let's go. Yeah. Everyone replied in unison. Moments after everyone left, Karen and Bazette appeared. Aren't you going? Karen said rather uninterestedly. With him here, I'm not needed, Bazette said in confusion. Are you so sure that he's still alive? Not sure, but a fact. As if to prove Bazette's words, a ray of light suddenly appeared at the entrance of the collapsed tunnel. Seeing this ray of light, Karen and Bazette didn't say anything. After the ray of light disappeared, a meteor flew toward Yuzong Mountain. Damn it. I was careless and fell into his trap, Wuming said rather angrily. Just you wait. My cute disciple. Chapter 271. Near the foot of Yuenzong Mountain. Since Ilya and the others had already guessed the destination of the Dark Gilgamesh, they rested in a small wooden hut near Yuenzong Mountain. Therefore, they still neglected Vimona's full speed. As a result, Vimona arrived at Yuenzong Mountain ahead of time. Not far from Yuenzong Mountain. We should have set off for Yuenzong Mountain without stopping, Rin Enasaka complained. But if that's the case, Ilya and the others will also exhaust their stamina, Luvia said. I have a question. Even if we catch up with that airship, how are we going to stop it? Ilya raised her small hand. Sure enough, we only planned to stop the Dark Servant first, but we didn't plan how to defeat him. Ilya's small face drooped. We can use Dream Summon, install. Mayu said. Dream Summon, install? Ilya and the others were puzzled. With the help of a class card, transform yourself into a servant and obtain the power of a heroic spirit. That's how I came to be, Blackie said. But it seems that we're too late now. Ilya pointed at Vimona's light that descended, not knowing what to do. Vimona's ancient nuclear warhead was fired. Boom. A louder roar than before and a bright light that seemed to illuminate the world made Ilya and the others unable to open their eyes and temporarily lose their hearing. It couldn't be helped. Ilya and the others were not far from Yuenzong Mountain. But fortunately, Ilya and the others didn't arrive at Yuenzong Mountain ahead of time. Otherwise, they would have died without a complete corpse. My ears hurt. With the ruby's healing effect, Ilya quickly recovered. Mio was no exception. Rin Enasaka and Luvia had already fainted. As for Blackie, although he still felt uncomfortable, he was still a servant after all. Blackie's recovery was still very strong. By the way, Wu Ming had implanted the magic power generator he made for Xiao Hei in the form of an artificial magic circuit into Xiao Hei's body. In other words, Xiao Hei would no longer disappear due to exhaustion of magic power. What should we do? He must have gone to look for the Holy Grail, Ilya said anxiously. Ilya, don't worry. Mayo's voice suddenly choked up. Hey! Why are you crying, Mayu? Xiao Hei and Ilya asked in surprise. Mayu didn't answer Ilya and Little Black's question. Instead, she pointed at the meteor streaking across the sky. Ilya, who had ruby vision, and Xiao Hei, who had the body of a servant, saw the meteor clearly. It's Big Brother. Xiao Hei and Ilya's voices were filled with joy. Like Mayu, the two of them couldn't help but shed tears. Brother Wu Ming. That's great. Brother Wu Ming, you didn't lie to me. You really left the mirror world safely. Mayu was crying tears of joy as she spoke intermittently. Look. Big Brother has become a giant. Boom. The ancient nuclear warhead was detonated in Yuenzong Mountain. Wu Ming looked at Mayu and others who were affected. Wu Ming instantly became furious. Fear the one with wings. Evil people and powerful people are all afraid of me who have wings. My wings will bring you a curse. Evil people can't hit me. I am the strongest, and I have all the victory in my hands. Be it human or demon, I am a person who can defeat all enemies, and I will defeat any enemy that stands in my way. Giants with unparalleled divine power, please give me your aid. With the release of Phoenix's soul, Wu Ming gained speed beyond anything. With the release of Giant, Wu Ming's magical power formed a huge giant. Come down. Wu Ming instantly came to the head of Dark Gilgamesh, who had released the ancient nuclear warhead and was ready to accept the Great Holy Grail. He punched him hard and hammered him to the ground. Wu Ming's punch directly shattered Vimona, then turned into a little black light and disappeared. Uff! Dark Gilgamesh's voice came from the huge golden palm. Gurgle, gurgle. A large amount of black mud appeared under the giant's golden palm. Whoosh! Wu Ming's golden palm began to smoke, and the black mud began to corrode the golden palm. Wu Ming controlled the giant to raise its palm and stepped back slightly. Sure enough, this black mud has a strong restraining effect on me. Wu Ming frowned and looked at the black mud that kept pouring out of Dark Gilgamesh's body. What kind of strong restraining effect was this? For example, if the black mud was left on the ground, it wouldn't have any effect on the flowers and trees on the ground. However, as long as it came into contact with silent noise, the black mud would explode like a mixture of raw materials, full of corrosiveness. When Wu Ming found the black mud in Dark Gilgamesh's body in the mirror world, the black mud took the opportunity to attach to Enkidu. With Wu Ming's attribute, the black mud naturally corroded Enkidu. As Enkidu was naturally injured. Wu Ming hurriedly lifted Enkidu's Enkidu and released Dark Gilgamesh. As a result, the black mud, as if found a breakthrough point, emerged from Dark Gilgamesh's heart and surrounded Wu Ming. Because the distance was too close, Wu Ming was instantly swallowed by the black mud. After that, Dark Gilgamesh had lost his opponent, so he took out the Gwari Li sword and broke through the mirror realm. As for Wu Ming, it could only be said that Wu Ming was indeed an existence that countered the black mud. Wu Ming released the aura of his origin dragon. Although the black mud swarmed toward him like maggots, the lack of replenishment allowed the black mud to be eliminated by the aura of his origin dragon. Although he still couldn't understand why the black mud produced from the origin dragon could restrain Wu Ming and why the aura of the origin dragon could restrain the black mud, Wu Ming knew that if he mixed his moves with the aura of the origin dragon, the black mud would be severely damaged. The next time my main body wakes up, I should be able to find out the truth, Wu Ming thought. The black mud began to change. Countless black mud began to gather together and slowly fuse with Dark Gilgamesh as the center. Do you think I'll let you have your way? For victory, come to me quickly. Immortal Sun, please grant me a shining steed. Spirited steed, bring me the light wheel that symbolizes your master. The sun descended on Winterwood City, which was originally dark. Chapter 272. Neigh. Accompanied by a loud neigh, a handsome white horse descended from the sky with the sun on its back. Boom. That night, the entire Yuanzhong mountain disappeared. House of Einstein Berens. Sailor was sitting at the dining table, eating in small bites, while the TV was playing the news. Because a meteorite suddenly fell on Yuanzhong mountain last night, it caused the natural trachea buried in Yuanzhong mountain to explode. It's terrible, a meteorite suddenly fell to the ground, and is there natural gas in Yuanzhong mountain? Sailor thought. By the way, when did I fall asleep last night? I don't remember. Well, isn't this good? Sella must be so tired that she doesn't even know when she fell asleep. Alice Field sat next to Sella, eating and looking at Sella with a smile. Is that so? Yes, Sailor was too tired, she accidentally fell asleep. She should go to bed early in the future. Lizette complained. You're the one who often falls asleep, Sailor said helplessly. Ma. Alice Field smiled even more happily. By the way, do you really not need to call Ilya and the others? They had too much fun last night. Let them have a good sleep. Sure, you residents. Mayu was sleeping in the room, while Wu Ming and Bazette were enjoying breakfast. Speaking of which, Master made quite a ruckus last night. Suddenly, Bazette opened his mouth. Last night, Wu Ming directly used double authority, and added a lot of his aura to summon the White Horse, which directly melted Yuanzhong Mountain, including the Great Holy Grail at the bottom of Yuanzhong Mountain, and the black mud that formed the giant. Wu Ming's move directly burned the black mud. After using double authority, Wu Ming came to Mayu and the others in time to protect them. Wu Ming still remembered how miserably Ilya, Mayu, and Little Black had cried back then. Wu Ming comforted them for a while before they stopped crying. According to Xiao Hei, this was the price Wu Ming had to pay for deceiving them. This made Wu Ming smile bitterly. Moreover, Wu Ming also promised to take the three of them to the amusement park as compensation. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Wu Ming shook his head and came back to his senses. I don't want to either, but if we continue to let him do as he pleases, who knows what will happen. Then, a golden ripple appeared behind Wu Ming, and a young figure bound by Enkidu fell out. Plop. Ouch teacher, can't you be gentler? I'm your favorite disciple. A childish voice entered Wu Ming's ears. Wu Ming looked at the figure. He had a small body, short golden hair, red eyes, and a naked body. If it wasn't for Enkidu covering his 3 points, Wu Ming definitely wouldn't have let him out. You still have the nerve to say that. You're clearly the Hero King, yet you were corroded by a mere black mud. You should be thankful that I didn't send you back to the Martyr's Palace. Womblis gave the figure a ruthless slap. That's right, that was the young Hero King, and it was not the female version that Wu Ming knew. The Hero King in this world was the male version. You can't blame me for this, teacher. The black mud has your breath, so I treated it as an ally. Young Gil looked at Wu Ming with a smile. It seemed like Wu Ming used a lot of force, but Wu Ming didn't use much force. He only gently knocked on young Gil's head. Young Gil naturally knew that Wu Ming wasn't this world's Hun Ryong. However, due to the suppression, when Wu Ming came to a parallel world, the identity of that world's Wu Ming would be attached to Wu Ming. If one had to say something, it would be that the suppression left a seat for Wu Ming in every parallel world. As long as he came, that seat would be taken by Wu Ming, and Wu Ming would leave his mark in history. Young Gil knew Wu Ming because of this. Although Wu Ming had never seen the male version of young Gil, the female version of Gilgamesh that Wu Ming knew was almost exactly the same as the male version of young Gil. Even their temperaments and personalities were the same. Seriously, put on your clothes and come over for dinner. Wu Ming rubbed his forehead helplessly. Then, he took out a set of Uruk clothes from his relic and threw it to young Gil. The moment before the clothes touched young Gil, the heaven lock, Enkidu, was completely retracted by Wu Ming. Young Gil didn't care about Bazette's presence. He quickly put on his clothes and sat next to Wu Ming. I didn't expect you to save Enkidu in another world, Sensei. Young Gil said with a smile. Although Wu Ming's Enkidu had changed a lot, as a close friend, young Gil could still recognize Enkidu. When Enkidu bound young Gil, Enkidu and young Gil communicated. Even if they were close friends in a parallel world, that wouldn't change. Naturally, the two of them had a happy conversation. It's not considered saving. At that time, I escaped from the Uruk with my tail between my legs, Wu Ming said casually. Ha ha ha. That's because Sensei was restricted by the era. If you released your body, those gods would have surrendered to you a long time ago. Young Gil laughed as if he had heard a happy story. The gods all live in a higher dimension. In other words, they are already dead, Wu Ming said to young Gil as he drank a mouthful of porridge. Even if they died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough, Sensei, young Gil said with a smile. The reason young Gil said this was naturally because of Enkidu. Enkidu, who was saved by Wu Ming, stimulated young Gil and reminded him of the dead Enkidu of this world. Children shouldn't always talk about death, Wu Ming flicked young Gil's forehead. Sigh. Sensei is so nice to children. I thought Sensei had become a lolicon. Young Gil patted his chest and sighed in relief. Your personality is still so bad. I really don't know what you learned from me. Wu Ming was a little speechless. I am the ancient king, the Hero King, Gilgamesh. What I learned from Sensei is naturally the basic principles of being a king. Don't pour dirty water on me. I don't remember teaching you to have a bad personality, Wu Ming refuted young Gil's words with a little disdain. Sigh. Why are you like this, sensei? After I went to the West, I also had a disciple there. She was much better than you. Wu Ming was talking about Artoria. Oh, someone who can be accepted as a disciple by sensei, then I have to get to know her. Young Gil's eyes were full of interesting charm. Bang! Wu Ming gave young Gil another flick. Well, this time it was a hard flick. Sensei, it hurts. Chapter 273. Wu Ming continued to eat as if nothing had happened. You've obviously become smaller, but you're still so uncute, just like the grown-up you. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I also hate the grown-up me. Wouldn't it be better to be gentler? Although young Gil said so, Wu Ming knew that whether it was young Gil or the grown-up Gilgamesh, their personalities were the same. It was just that young Gil was the two-faced type. He looked good, but in fact, he was full of evil interests. Now that I've destroyed the tactics of the Great Holy Grail, do you still want to pursue the Great Holy Grail? Wu Ming asked without turning his head. Young Gil took a bite of Wu Ming's food and showed an expression of enjoyment. Since the small Holy Grail is teachers, then I can only give it up. Young Gil smiled. That's suspicious. Wu Ming stared at young Gil and said suspiciously, you appeared in the young version and not the grown-up version because someone used your other class card, right? Wu Ming suddenly said. Well, as expected of teacher. That's right. Now, most of my noble artifacts are on the other side. Young Gil smiled helplessly. Because Angelica used the Archer card of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh's other card, which was the current young Gil, could be considered as an incomplete version. That's good. I'm preparing to attack the side with your card. Do you want to make up the numbers? Wu Ming's mouth curved into a smile. Hey, since teacher has personally appeared, do you still need me? Young Gil had a leisurely look on his face as he ate. Well, that's true. Since that's the case, you can stay here and look after the house. Wu Ming smiled. Also, don't bully Beauty. Wu Ming smiled and said word by word. Yes, teacher. Young Gil smiled awkwardly. After dinner, Wu Ming asked young Gil to wash the dishes. It had to be said that although the young Gil and the adult Gilgamesh had the same personality, the young Gil was able to control his temper more easily. When Wu Ming said to wash the dishes, he eagerly went to do it. As for Bazette, he was sent out by Wu Ming to buy ingredients. Wu Ming held the armlet rice that he had specially left for Mayu. Moreover, it was Wu Ming who had specially processed it with his magic to keep it warm. Then, Wu Ming knocked on Mayo's door. Mayu, are you awake? Wu Ming asked softly. However, there was no sound coming out from the room. Don't tell me she's still sleeping. Wu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, he opened Mayo's door. When he opened the door, as expected, Mayu was lying on her small bed. Because it was summer, Mayo's body was only covered with a thin layer of blanket. Wu Ming put the armlet rice on the table beside Mayo's bed, then gently sat on Mayo's bed. Mayu is really cute. Wu Ming laid in front of Mayu and carefully looked at Mayo's sleeping face. These few years, I feel like I'm raising a daughter. I really miss it. Fortunately, Mayo's nature was not very active. She was a quiet Mayu, lowly. Moreover, Mayu was very sensible. This made Wu Ming feel very relaxed and happy about raising a daughter. As if she sensed that there was someone around her, Mayu, who was sleeping soundly, moved and slowly opened her eyes. This is Brother Wu Ming. However, Mayu seemed to be in a daze. She looked at Wu Ming in a daze. It seems that yesterday was really tiring for you. This is the first time I've seen Mayu in such a daze. Wu Ming said with some heartache. After all, last night, Mayu was not only worried about Wu Ming's life, but also had to stop a powerful and terrifying enemy. Her body and mind were always tense. It was understandable that she slept like this. Millimeter. Brother Wu Ming. Mayu said in a daze. What's wrong? Mayu tilde Wu Ming said in an exceptionally gentle tone. He could not wake up a person who was in a daze instantly. This would cause some damage to her mental state. It was better to wake her up slowly and gently. Millimeter, Ilya said. Everything in the dream is not real. Then, I want to. Brother Wuming. Wuming looked at Mayu in confusion. What does Mayu want to do with me? Wuming moved closer to Mayo's ear and asked again. Wuming really did not hear the last sentence that Mayu said. Kiss kiss. As she said this, Mayu reached out and grabbed Wuming's neck. She instantly raised her head and kissed Wuming. Wuming widened his eyes. He really did not expect that Mayu, who usually looked especially quiet, would be so daring at this moment. Could it be that she was the same as usual, but became extreme in her sleep because of the suppression of her daily life? Also, what did Ilya tell Mayu? Fortunately, even if Mayu became extreme, she was still Mayu. Wuming only touched her slightly. After touching Wuming's lips lightly, Mayu let go of Wuming. At this moment, Mayu, who was in a daze from her sleep, was almost awake. Mayu came back to her senses. She looked at Brother Wuming's face that was incomparably real. She recalled what she had done just now. Mayu was stunned. I've prepared some food for you. Hurry up and eat, Wuming said gently. Wuming did not stop because of Mayo's shallow kiss just now. Wuming adjusted himself and instantly recovered from his shock. It's just a kiss from a sister to a brother. It's no big deal. Wuming began to self-hypnotize himself. However, Mayu was unable to let go of what had just happened. Woo! Woo woo! Wuming! Brother! Mayo's entire head was as red as a monkey's butt. She stared blankly at Wuming and stuttered. Wuming looked at Mayu, who was unable to look at his eyes due to her shyness. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he smiled. Hurry up and eat. I can feed you today, Wuming touched Mayo's scalding hot little head and said gently. If one did not know the inside story, Mayo's scalding hot little head might be mistaken as having a fever. Look, I made your favorite omelette rice for you. Wuming said as he picked up the bowl of omelette rice on the table beside Mayo's bed. Mayu was indeed a genius girl. After seeing that Wuming did not panic from the previous kiss, she calmed down a little. Do you need me to feed you? This is a rare opportunity, Wuming asked again. Okay. Mayo's little head nodded. Wuming held the bowl of omelette rice in one hand and the spoon in the other hand. He gently scooped up a spoonful of omelette rice and sent it to Mayo's mouth. Ah! Wuming said. Mayu opened her little mouth and sucked on the spoon. How is it? Wuming asked with a smile. Mayu tasted it carefully. It's delicious as always, Brother Wuming. Mayu still did not dare to look at Wuming. Her cheeks were slightly red as she said. Then let's continue. Okay. Chapter 274. Then, I'll go out first. Also, Mayo's sleeping posture is very cute. Wuming finished speaking and left Mayo's room with an empty tray. Mayu lowered her head deeply, her cheeks red. Ruby, when did Brother Wuming come in? Mayu said shyly. Sapphire flew out from Mayo's hair and spoke while floating. Lord Wuming came in for about a few minutes. Because he sat beside you to observe Lord Mayo's sleeping posture, he woke Lord Mayu up. Then, Lord Mayu kissed. Mayu instantly grabbed Sapphire and covered her mouth. It was Sapphire's hexagram. Probably. Lord Mayu? It was obvious that Mayu didn't cover Sapphire's mouth. Sapphire asked curiously. I don't think that Lord Mayu is a pervert who kisses her brother. After all, you aren't blood-related siblings. Theoretically, you can. Don't say any more, Sapphire. Mayu blushed and shook Sapphire continuously. I understand, Lord Mayu. Then, Mayu let go of Sapphire. Mayu thought about everything she did with Wuming and the words she said to Wuming. She shook her head in confusion. The reason why Mayu said that since it's a dream, then everything isn't real was because Mayu had almost been forcefully kissed by Ilya. After that incident, Ilya told Mayu that everything in the dream was fake. Children at this age like to dream, so it shouldn't be taken seriously. Ilya's goal was to let Mayu understand that her actions back then weren't because she liked Wuming. However, the extremely smart Mayu naturally knew that Ilya liked her brother. In the end, Mayu misunderstood that Ilya meant that they could do anything in the dream. In the end, the aforementioned morning kiss happened. Woo-woo. After thinking about it carefully, Mayu covered her face in shame and started sobbing. Wu-ming left Mayo's room and went to the kitchen. When Wu-ming came in, young Gil, who was washing the dishes, raised his hand to greet him. Yo tilde teacher, you're finally out. Young Gil finished washing the last dish and looked at Wu-ming. Wu-ming placed the plate beside young Gil's dish. I'll leave this to you too. You're feeding me personally, aren't you? That's nice. Even teacher hasn't fed me before. Young Gil obediently started washing the dishes again. That's because you're a man. Wu-ming waved his hand. Back then, he had fed the lowly Gil quite a lot. However, as they grew older, the lowly Gil became the cold and domineering big sister Gil. Therefore, Wu-ming's feeding privilege was revoked. Tilda, and you said that you don't like lowly. Teacher, seriously. Wu-ming narrowed his eyes. He could only say that he was indeed the male version of Gilgamesh. He was even more mischievous than the female version. You'd better be prepared. I'll introduce you to my friends later. Remember, don't cause trouble for me and don't talk nonsense. Yes teacher young Gil replied with a smile. I hope so. Wu-ming left the Shore U residence. Before he left, Wu-ming handed a game to young Gil. This is a modified version of Grand Strategy that I've specially modified with magic power. Clear it before I come back, Wu-ming said. After all, he had to find something for young Gil to do. Otherwise, with his mischievous taste, it was inevitable that he would cause some trouble. Wu-ming arrived at the house of Einstein Behrens and parked the car at the door. Wu-ming entered Ilya's house. Wu-ming walked to the door. Just as Wu-ming was about to knock on the door opened by itself. Ah, isn't that Mr. and Mrs. Xiao? Tilda, isn't this Mr. Wu-ming? Are you here to look for Ilya and Blackie? They're still sleeping. It's so rare that the two of them are sleeping together. I've been looking at their sleeping faces for a long time. Mr. Wu-ming, you should go and take a look. Aliceville was just about to go out and bumped into Wu-ming when she opened the door. What a coincidence, madam. Are you going out? Wu-ming said gracefully. Yes. After all, the meteorite last night caused the natural gas pipeline to explode, and Yuanzhong Mountain was blown away. I have to check it out. Looking at the smiling Aliceville, Wu-ming felt awkward. The news report about the meteorite causing the natural gas pipeline to explode and collapse was naturally made up by Wu-ming and the others to cover up the ordinary people. However, Wu-ming didn't know that the disappearance of Yuanzhong Mountain was actually explained as the meteorite causing the natural gas pipeline to collapse. Last night, Wu-ming handed this matter over to Rin Enban, Lu Weiya, and the others. Then, he left with Ilya and the others. After all, the disappearance of Yuanzhong Mountain would definitely be discovered by the citizens. They had to deal with it as soon as possible. The result was, they're really unreliable, Wu-ming complained in his heart. About that, I'll take care of it in the near future. Wu-ming touched his head awkwardly. Allah tilde, that's great. Then, I'll take my leave first, Mr. Wu-ming. After saying that, Aliceville left the Erinsbielen mansion. Wu-ming let out a long sigh of relief and then walked into the house. After greeting Sella, Wu-ming went directly to Ilya's room. According to Sella, Ilya and Little Black slept together last night, so Wu-ming only needed to go directly to Ilya's room. Ilya, Little Black, are you awake? Wu-ming knocked on the door and asked. After waiting for a few seconds, Wu-ming determined that the two were still asleep. I'm coming in. With that, Wu-ming pushed open the door to Ilya's room. What entered Wu-ming's eyes was Little Black and Ilya's intertwined sleeping posture. Seriously, both of them. Why are their sleeping posture so improper? Wu-ming shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Wu-ming walked to the side of the bed, bent down, and shook Ilya and Little Black. Ilya, Little Black, it's time to wake up. I have something to tell you. Wake up. Following Wu-ming's shaking and voice, Ilya and Little Black opened their eyes in a daze. Hey, it's Big Brother. Good morning, kiss. Ilya smiled in a daze and reached out to hug Wu-ming. Again. Wu-ming, who had experienced it before, naturally did not fall for it this time. However, this was not the main point, but Ilya hugged Little Black and kissed Little Black's lips. Big brother, Ilya said as she kissed. Wu Ming silently cast a soundproof barrier, just in case. At this moment, Ilya just woke up. Ilya was silent and looked at Little Black in a daze. Then, she looked at Wu Ming, who was standing at the side. Wu Ming was also silent and did not say a word as he looked at the ceiling. Arth. Ilya's screams caused Wu Ming to helplessly cover his ears. As expected, I'm the genius who set up the soundproof barrier. Chapter 275. Alright then, I'll leave with Ilya and Little Black first. Wu Ming held Ilya and Little Black's hands and stood at the door to bid farewell to Sailor. However, Little Black seemed to be holding back her laughter, while Ilya lowered her head with a blushing face. Yes, Tilda, take care, Tilda. Sailor smiled and waved goodbye. After walking out of the door, Little Black began to laugh. Tilda, Ilya is so cute. Little Black looked at Ilya playfully. Woo woo woo. Ilya felt even more ashamed. Even though Ilya's scream didn't reach Sailor's ears, it woke up Little Black, who was still sleeping. Looking at Ilya's flushed and bewildered expression, looking at the astonished Wu Ming, feeling the moisture on her lips, and combining it with Ilya's scream, Little Black instantly understood everything. Come to think of it, I'm the victim. Why are you so shy when I haven't even said anything? Little Black looked at Ilya helplessly and held her forehead. But. Hoo. Ilya lowered her head even more. Isn't it because you wanted to have a morning kiss with Big Brother and ended up kissing me instead? Or is Ilya regretting that she didn't kiss Big Brother? Tilda. At that moment, Little Black became mischievous again. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. However, Ilya's blushing and stuttering rebuttal didn't seem to be valid. Alright, that's enough. Little Black, let Ilya off. With soundless pleading on Ilya's behalf, Blackie naturally nodded. By the way, why did Big Brother look for us today? Little Black asked the key question. At the same time, Ilya also looked at Wu Ming. Of course, it's about the 9th class card. After Wu Ming said that, the two of them became particularly serious. After all, the servant transformed from the 9th class card was rather terrifying. Sure, you residents. A dark spatial door appeared out of thin air. Wu Ming walked out with Little Black and Ilya. We're here. Wu Ming let go of the hand that was held by Wu Ming out of fear. It had to be said that this teleportation gate spell was indeed a little scary, but it couldn't be helped. After all, it was a spell designed for darkness-type monsters. Ilya. Little Black. Mayo's voice came from the side. Mayu was sitting on the sofa in the living room, doing her summer homework. Mayu. Ilya shouted excitedly and then ran to Mayo's side. Little Hay also walked over. After seeing Mayu doing her summer homework, Little Hay didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I really don't know if I should say that Mayu is a natural or a careless person. She just went through such a horrible experience, but the next day, she started doing her summer homework as if nothing had happened. Wu Ming smiled helplessly. Mayo's personality was like that. Basically, she wouldn't be emotionally unstable because of anything. And the only time she had emotional lines was when Wu Ming's life was uncertain. But at that time, Mayu still insisted on doing what she was going to do next and didn't lose her fighting spirit completely because of emotional lines. Got to say, Mayu had an extremely calm mentality that even adults didn't have. But no matter what, Mayu was only a primary school student. After Wu Ming appeared from the mirror world, Mayu choked up and couldn't speak. This was clearly proven. Because if I don't do a little every day, I will have to work hard to make up for it in the future, Mayu answered in a serious manner. As expected of Mayu. That's Mayo's style of answering. Ilya and Little Black smiled awkwardly. It's about time, Wu Ming suddenly said. Question mark. Ilya and the others looked at Wu Ming in confusion. Master, I've brought Rin Enasaka and Luvia Serena Adelfelt here. At that moment, Bazette's voice sounded from outside the door. Shortly after, Bazette pushed the door open and entered, followed by Luvia's black twin ponytails and blonde wavy hair. When Wu-ming got Bazette to buy ingredients, he also got him to bring Rin Enasaka and Luvia over. In the end, the natural Bazette tied up Rin Enasaka and Luvia and brought them over. Everyone arrived at a small conference room and sat on 2 rows of sofas in the conference room. Seriously, we would have come back if you just let us know. Is there a need to do this? Rin Enasaka stroked her twin ponytails in displeasure. That's right. You're really not ladylike at all, and you don't respect ladylike women at all. You actually tied me up with Rin Enasaka. Luvia stroked her blonde wavy hair. What do you mean by that? Do you think I still like being tied up with you? Rin Enasaka glared at Luvia fiercely. Tilda, what a pitiful attitude, Rin Enasaka. Luvia mocked back. Tilda Wu-ming, who was sitting at the head of the table, coughed twice and then glared at Bazette. Bazette's body immediately tensed up like a mouse that saw a cat. She knew that she did something wrong again, probably. Wu-ming, who was sitting at the head of the table, stopped glaring at Bazette and began to speak. First, let's talk about the 9th grade card. Everyone had a serious look on their faces. After all, the blackened servant yesterday was an existence that fooled Wu-ming, and in the end, Wu-ming had to use Sun to eliminate the blackened servant. The blackened servant yesterday is my disciple, Hero King Gilgamesh. Brother Wu-ming's disciple? Ilya, Xiaohei, and Mayu were surprised. Sure enough. Rin Enasaka and Luvia said secretly. Yesterday, the blackened Gilgamesh used countless noble phantoms to bombard Rin Enasaka and the others. Not only did he have a noble phantasm that could cut through space, but he also had an airship that could fly and release ancient nuclear bombs. After Rin Enasaka and Luvia's investigation, they almost locked onto the ancient king, Hero King Gilgamesh. The airship yesterday was Vimona, am I right? Bazette said. Wu-ming nodded. But, that Hero King was defeated by Big Brother, right? Ilya meant that there was no need to talk about the defeated enemy. No, actually, when I defeated him, I also destroyed the Great Holy Grail technique in Yuzhong Mountain. As a result, the two of them had some connection. With that said, Wu-ming snapped his fingers, and a golden ripple appeared beside him. Clatter. Young Gilgamesh fell to the ground with the sound of chains. Hello everyone, I'm Master's favorite disciple, Gilgamesh. Nice to meet you Tilda AAA. Chapter 276. Young Gil's body was wrapped in chains, but even so, he still greeted everyone. This child is Big Brother's disciple, the oldest king? Ilya said in disbelief. It's the real deal. I'm the oldest king, the Hero King, Gilgamesh. Tilda looking at young Gil's sweet smile, Ilya was dumbfounded. But why is the legendary oldest king a child? Blackie voiced out the doubts in Ilya's heart. This is probably how the Hero King, Gilgamesh, looked like when he was young. As expected of a first-rate magician from the clock tower, Rin Enban instantly thought of this possibility. Rin is right. Because most of Gil's power is in another card, the current Hero King, Gilgamesh, is also a weakened version of a child, Wu-ming explained. Wait. Another card? Luvia repeated what she heard from Wu-ming. Yes, that's right. This is also the topic of this meeting that I called everyone here. Then, Wu-ming told everyone that he and Mayu came from another world, which was the parallel world. Because of the House of Einstein-Berens of the other world Ainsworth's persecution of Mayu, Wu-ming fought with him and was tricked in the end. Shiro Emir of the other world used the Holy Grail to make a wish and sent Mayu to this world. He also came to this world because he was pulled by the Holy Grail when he disappeared. He told everyone a series of things. Big Brother from the other world? Ilya said slowly. The House of Einstein-Berens of the parallel world, Ainsworth? Blackie said with a serious expression. The Holy Grail War of the Cards. I see, Bazette said thoughtfully. No wonder you know so much about the class cards. Rin Enban looked at Wu-ming and Mayu with a look of relief. So why are you telling us all this? Luvia asked. Isn't this what you've always wanted to know? Wu-ming smiled. I'm sorry, Ilya, Little Black. Mayu looked at Ilya and Little Black apologetically. How could that be, Mayu? After all, Everyone has things that they don't want to talk about. It's not your fault. Ilya held Mayo's hand and smiled at Mayu. It wasn't easy for Ilya to say something reliable, but she's right. Mayu, if you want to blame someone, blame Big Brother. It's Big Brother's fault for hiding it from us, Little Black said mischievously. No. You can't blame Brother Wooming. I'm also responsible for everything here. Mayu shook her head in a slight panic. This made Wooming laugh. You guys. I'll buy ice cream for you guys later as an apology. How about that? Really? I want strawberry-flavored ice cream, and it's a double-layer ice cream. Ilya looked excited. Seriously, Amir Ilya was bought over by ice cream. Little Black looked at Ilya with disdain. He. Ilya didn't refute. She scratched her head awkwardly. If it's me, I want 4 layers of double-flavored ice cream, Little Black said proudly. Ah. Little Black, you're still talking about me. Aren't you also bought over? Ilya's little face puffed up like a little bun as she stared at Little Black. I think, Wooming, you must have other things, Luvia said after thinking for a while. Wooming smiled slightly. You're right. I'm preparing to attack Ainsworth, and I want you guys to help me take care of Mayu. What? When Wooming said this, everyone shouted in surprise. Among them, Mayu had the most intense reaction. Why? I want to go back with Brother Wooming, Mayu said with a slightly anxious tone. That's not a good choice, Wooming. Rin Enban crossed his legs. You said it yourself. Because you were defeated by Ainsworth, with the help of the parallel worlds. Emir Kuan, Mayu was sent to this world. If you go back, wouldn't you be walking right into a trap? Ilya and Little Black nodded frantically. Unfortunately, even if I don't go back, Ainsworth has the ability to find this place. Since that's the case, I might as well act first and gain the upper hand, Wooming explained. Then, Luvia arrogantly pointed at herself. If that's the case, you'll need someone else's help. Coincidentally, I, Luvia Sarinta Idefelt, happen to be a good ally. I'm quite free these days. Also, don't forget, you promised to help me analyze class cards. If you don't know how to do it, who's going to help me analyze class cards? Rin Enban followed Luvia's words and said. When Luvia heard this, her expression changed. Damn you, Rin Enban, you actually secretly asked Wooming to help analyze class cards behind my back. Luvia stared at Rin Enban, and Rin Enban didn't back down and stared back at Luvia. I'm hiding it from you, what can you do about it? Their eyes were filled with the flames of battle. Since they can find us, I think it's better to act first and gain the upper hand according to Big Brother's words. Although I'm not that strong, I'll still help with Mayu and Big Brother's matter. Ilya clenched her fists and encouraged herself. My heart is the Archer class card. Since I'm already involved in this matter, of course I have to help Big Brother solve this matter. Little Black then jumped into Wooming's arms and hugged Wooming's neck affectionately. Moreover, the magic power essence that Big Brother gave me is now flowing well in my body. I have to repay you well, Tilda. You. What are you doing? Little Black, get down from me. Ilya's face instantly turned red, and she quickly ran over to pull Little Black away from Wooming's arms. This matter has nothing to do with me, but the other party has all the secrets of the class cards. As the designated executor of the seal, I have to take it back. Bazit had a serious expression. However, Wooming looked at Bazit with a teasing expression. Cough Tilda, after all, I still owe you a debt, master. Bazit's face turned red. It had to be said that although Bazet was a bit silly, as a magician, he still had a bit of humanity. Of course, it was only a bit. Everyone. Mayu looked at everyone in the room with tears in her eyes. As if in tacit agreement, Rin Enasaka and Luvia, who were glaring at each other, Ilya and Blackie, who were tugging at each other, and Bazit, who had been sitting there without moving, all looked at Wooming in unison. Wooming closed his eyes and said helplessly, It's really troublesome. I understand, then I'll leave it to everyone. Oh. Atilda, it's good to be united, don't you think so, Little Blue? Ruby floated on the side and said while watching the scene. Sister finally said something reliable, I'll reluctantly accept you today. Sapphire said calmly. Little Blue, why are you like this? I'm so sad. Please don't do this again, sister. Finally, young Gil, who had been tied up by Enkidu, looked at Wu-Ming with a smile. Sensei, it seems that you're becoming more and more human. Tilda. Chapter 277. Then, everyone freeloaded a meal at Wu-Ming's house. A few days later, Ilya and Blackie used the excuse of going camping with Wu-Ming to apply for leave from home and left the Erinsbillen mansion. When everyone was ready at the Shore Tsuki mansion, Wu-Ming wasn't in a hurry to activate the parallel world technique. As for whether Wu-Ming could travel through parallel worlds, it was naturally a piece of cake for Wu-Ming, who could travel through parallel worlds on his own. Because he needed to locate the parallel world where Ainsworth was, Wu-Ming spent a few days. This was also why Ilya and the others only applied for leave a few days later. Seriously, what do you mean by eating the last dinner in this world? You make it sound like we're dead for sure. Rin and Asaka ate the dinner Wu-Ming prepared and complained at the table. Well, Tilda, after all, I haven't finished locating that parallel world. Bringing the entire Shore Tsuki mansion through parallel worlds isn't an ordinary job, Wu-Ming said. Well, Tilda, big sister Rin, please understand, big brother. Ilya smiled, but her smile was a little puzzled. By the way, why did big brother bring his mansion through with him? Isn't that too strange? Blackie asked the question that Ilya didn't ask. Bazette, Luvia, and Rin and Asaka also looked at Wu-Ming, indicating that they also wanted to know. Then, Wu-Ming smiled but didn't say anything. It's like this. The Shore Tsuki mansion that Brother Wu-Ming built is actually Brother Wu-Ming's magic workshop, Mayu said. Although Wu-Ming didn't tell Mayu about the workshop's control room, Mayu vaguely knew about it, but Mayu didn't ask. As for the other places in the Shore Yu residence, when Wu-Ming had found Mayu and brought her to the Shore Yu residence, Wu-Ming had told Mayu everything. Mayu could be said to be Wu-Ming's most beloved person. It was true that Wu-Ming had been to many places and met many people, but Wu-Ming really regarded Mayu as his closest relative. The other was an origin dragon that had no parents and only had the Great Origin as its ultimate goal. One was a pure holy grail from birth. Mayu was born with a mechanism that allowed her to fulfill her wishes based on the influence of her surroundings. Before meeting Wu-Ming, she had only met her mother. Before meeting Wu-Ming, she had not received any general education. It was only after meeting Wu-Ming that she began to grow as a person. Julian once said that rather than saying that Mayu had the nature of the Holy Grail, it was better to say that the Holy Grail had awakened a human personality. Mayu was such an existence. It could be said that before the age of 5, which was before all of Mayu's relatives died, Mayu could barely remember anything. At that time, Mayu only remembered her mother. Now, due to the nature of the Holy Grail, Mayu had forgotten about her mother. After all, for the Mayu at that time, her mother was the only person she depended on. In addition, at the beginning, Shiro Emiya used Wu-Ming and Mayu as tools because of Emiya Kiritsugu's will. Therefore, Mayu's closest relative could only be Wu-Ming. Fortunately, Shiro Emiya was later enlightened by Wu-Ming's words and began to treat Wu-Ming and Mayu as a real brother and sister. Mayu also didn't ignore Shiro Emiya and had already regarded Shiro Emiya as a brother. However, compared to Wu-Ming, this brother's weight was still not enough. Magic workshop. Having said that, Wu-Ming's profession is caster, magician, right? It seems that this makes sense. Rin Hosaka was surprised at first, then said after thinking about it. By the way, what does magic workshop mean? Ilya raised her small hand and smiled a little shyly. Really, Ilya, you can be regarded as a person who has stepped into the world of magicians. How can you not know the essential knowledge of magicians? Xiao Hei touched his forehead helplessly, then began to explain. The so-called magic workshop refers to the positions set up by the magicians themselves. In their magic workshop, the magician's magic will be greatly enhanced. Not only can they monitor the enemies in the magic workshop in real time, but they can also set up traps, weapons, and the like against the enemy in the magic workshop. In short, it is a very powerful magic fortress. Don't fight with magicians in their magic workshop. This is common sense in the world of magicians. Luvia said. Do you still remember the caster, magician, class card that we recovered? At that time, the mirror world had already been set up by Caster as the magic workshop. At that time, the magic circle and the super powerful magic cannon attack that we saw at that time were the effects of the magic workshop. Rin Enban added. In this way, Ilya completely understood. So, Big Brother can also set up countless magic circles in his own house, Ilya said with some excitement. After all, the power of countless magic cannons was really not small, and the scene was very spectacular and gorgeous. Ilya naturally felt that it was very powerful. Well, in fact, I can do it now. Wu Ming touched his chin, then snapped his fingers. In an instant, countless magic circles of various sizes appeared in various places of Shou Tsuki's house. The courtyard, the house, the sky, and the ground were full of magic circles everywhere. Even the bowl and chopsticks used by Ilya had several small magic circles. Hey! Ilya was instantly shocked. This is, each magic circle is full of magic power beyond imagination. There should be a limit to cheating, Bazette, Luvia, and Rin Hosaka said with some disbelief. Then, Wu Ming snapped his fingers again, and all the magic circles disappeared in an instant. These are very simple magic circles that can release magic cannons. What I don't lack the least is magic power. These are no big deal, Wu Ming said modestly. Rin Hosaka and the others' mouths twitched. Sure enough, heroic spirits and humans could not be compared. Even a heroic spirit's clone servant was not something that humans could catch up with, not to mention that the servant in front of them was a top-level fantasy breed that had always been alive. These are all child's play. As long as it's an enemy, I can instantly make it disappear the moment it enters Shou Tsuki's house. Wu Ming said with a smile. Extreme cold, extreme flame, concentrated venom, forced gravity suppression, atomic split, concept rewriting. As long as it's in my shrine, I'm a true god, Wu Ming said without hesitation. Well, although it was true, it had to be inside Wu Ming's magic workshop. Therefore, if the enemy attacked from the outside and did not enter Wu Ming's magic workshop, then Wu Ming could not be a god for people who were not in the magic workshop. By the way, Big Brother, I have something to ask you. Little Black suddenly said. What is it, Little Black? Wu Ming nodded, indicating that Little Black could ask. Since Shou Tsuki's house is Big Brother's magic workshop, then will Big Brother do something to us when we are asleep? Ah! Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Also, will Big Brother spy on us through the surveillance camera? Xiao Hei is really curious. Although everyone knew that Wu Ming would not do this, they felt more and more uneasy when Little Black said this. I say you. Wu Ming was a little helpless. Just as he opened his mouth to say a few words, young Gil on the side interrupted Wu Ming's speech. You guys are too shallow, teacher's words do not need to be sneaky, it must be open and above board, you guys can rest assured. Everyone hugged their bodies tightly. I feel like you're making me sound worse. How can that be, teacher? I'm just telling the truth. It hurts. This hand chop is a lesson, next time use my body. Hey! Please show mercy, teacher. Just like this, with an uneasy mentality, everyone began the last sleep of this world. Chapter 278. In the middle of the night, when almost everyone was asleep, Wu Ming appeared on the roof of the Shou residence and looked at the Yuanzhong mountain. That's right, he was looking at the Yuanzhong mountain that had been destroyed but had reappeared. Space displacement, Wu Ming frowned and explained the reason for the reappearance of the Yuanzhong mountain. Teacher, it seems like the other party has already found their way here. Accompanied by golden particles, young Gil landed beside Wu Ming and looked at the Yuanzhong mountain together. The Magic Association and the Holy Church are going to be busy again. Wu Ming shook his head expressionlessly. Previously, the reason why Wu Ming didn't cover up the disappearance of the Yuanzhong mountain and directly attributed it to the meteorite and natural gas was because the sun that Wu Ming summoned that night had attracted the attention of the residents in the surrounding cities. The Magic Association and the Holy Church used their magic to hint at the meteorite and natural gas explosion and successfully imprinted it into the hearts of the people. And now, the Yuanzhong mountain that had been covered up and disappeared had reappeared. Without thinking, Wu-ming knew that it would be extremely troublesome to deal with the aftermath. Since the other party is already here, shouldn't we go and meet them, teacher? Young Gil said with a relaxed expression. Actually, that's what I was thinking, but… Wu-ming smiled mysteriously. Young Gil shivered. His mischievous personality wasn't affected by his teacher at all. The next morning, Ilya woke up in her own bedroom. Although Ilya had stayed in Wu-ming's house for a short period of time, it was still easy for her to sleep soundly. I don't recognize the ceiling, Ilya said in a daze. Right, this is Big Brother and Mayo's house. No, you can't sleep in someone else's house. Although she said that, Ilya didn't panic. After all, she had stayed here for quite some time and this could be considered her second home. Ilya hurriedly sat up and patted her face. Then, she began to wash up in the bathroom in the bedroom. It had to be said that one could really do anything with money. Not only did Wu-ming and Mayo's rooms have their own private bathroom, but even the rest of the guest rooms had their own private bathroom. And these independent bathrooms were luxurious, with toilets, washstands, baths, and almost everything. And because it was Wu-ming's magic workshop, it had an automatic cleaning function, which was why Wu-ming didn't hire others to clean such a large house. Although Mayu would clean it sometimes, because it was too clean, Mayu didn't have anything to clean for Mayu. I can only say that as expected of Big Brother. Mayu seems to be living the life of a young lady, Ilya thought. After walking out of the bedroom, Ilya arrived at the dining room. Ilya had been living in Wu-ming's house for nearly every morning. Either she would get up because she couldn't stay in bed in someone else's house, or she would be gently awakened by Wu-ming. But, after washing up, the first thing she would do was to go to the dining room of the Shoryu residence. After all, it's Big Brother's food. I have to treat this food well. Ilya gulped, somewhat impatient. The dining room of the Shoryu residence wasn't large, but it was still much larger than the dining rooms of ordinary people. It was more than enough to accommodate Rin Enban, Ilya, and the others. After arriving at the dining room, Ilya discovered that Rin Enban, Luvia, Mayu, Blackie, Bazette, and Gil were already sitting at the table and enjoying the food. Hey, am I the last one? Ilya scratched her head in embarrassment. Too slow, Ilya. If you came any later, I would have eaten your share, Blackie said mischievously. Hey, how can that be? Ilya hurriedly sat down, expressing her ownership of the breakfast. That's why, Ilya-chan, you can only eat good food if you sleep early and wake up early. Ruby darted out from Ilya's hair, wriggled her body, and floated beside Ilya to tease her. I'm also waking up early now, but everyone woke up earlier than me. Speaking of which, why is everyone able to wake up so early? Ilya sat down on her seat, and began to enjoy the breakfast that her big brother had prepared for her. Seriously, even though you're Ilya, you still have the habit of lazing in bed. I think you were able to wake up because of the temptation of Big Brother's breakfast. Blackie's words seemed to have exposed Ilya's secret, and Ilya's face instantly flushed red. How? How is that possible? Ahahaha. In response, Ilya could only laugh dryly. If it's me, I only need to sleep for 4 hours, Bazette suddenly said seriously. Ah. Ilya laughed dryly. If she remembered correctly, this big sister in front of her seemed to be called a monster by Big Sister Ling and Big Sister Luvia. As for Lord Mayu, it's because of a good habit that she's been cultivating. Sapphire floated beside Mayu and explained. Because Brother Wu-ming has been working very hard, so I wanted to wake up early to help Brother Wu-ming do something. Mayu said with a slightly red face. As for Ling and Luvia, I think they were the ones who were purely tempted by Wu-ming's delicious food. Ruby floated above Ling and Luvia's heads, and said playfully while wriggling her body. How is that possible, Ruby? Ilya was just about to refute when she saw Ling and Luvia's faces instantly turn red. Could it really be? Ilya was embarrassed. I think you're tired of living, Ruby. Rin Enban instantly grabbed Ruby. How dare you casually judge a lady? You better be mentally prepared, Ruby. Wait. Ilya. Save me. Then, Ruby was pulled into a room by 2 people. Ahahaha. Ilya was helpless. What about Gil-kun? In order to hide her embarrassment, Ilya looked at this child who looked younger than her but was a king. Isn't this normal? I'm a king. Which king would laze around in bed? Young Gil held a glass of red wine elegantly and took a sip. Is that so? Ilya smiled. Speaking of which, why is Big Brother gone? Is he still in the kitchen? Ilya just realized that Wu Ming was not among the people eating here. If it's teacher, he's outside now. Young Gil seemed to have thought of something and smiled slightly. If it's possible, I suggest that all of you go out and take a look. It must be very interesting. Young Gil said mysteriously. Coincidentally, Rin Enban and Luvia had also returned at this time, along with Ruby, who seemed to have been played with. Ruby. Ilya looked at Ruby with some heartache. Ilya, you must avenge me. Ruby looked like she could not take it anymore and her voice began to tremble. Please let me deal with my sister, Ilya-sama. As Sapphire spoke, a string appeared from her body and wrapped around Ruby, dragging her away. Wait. Wait, little blue. When she was being pushed away by Sapphire, Ruby regained her energetic voice. As expected, she's pretending again. Ilya was helpless. By the way, what did Wu Ming do again? Rin Enban asked curiously after hearing young Gil's words. You'll know when you go out. Young Gil took another sip of red wine elegantly. Ilya and the others looked at each other, then stood up one after another and walked outside. Big brother, listen to Gil Kuan, you're. Ilya said as she pushed the door open, but the moment she opened the door, Ilya's voice stopped abruptly. As if she was stunned by the scene before her, Ilya was stunned. Of course, the others were the same. Wu Ming, who was standing in the snow, turned his head and smiled. What, have you all finished eating? Chapter 279. Everyone was stunned. Of course, it wasn't because Wu Ming had suddenly become so handsome. Instead, it was because of their surroundings. The mansion was still the familiar mansion. The sky was still the familiar sky. The city outside was still the same city. However, Big Brother, what's going on? Why is it snowing all of a sudden? Ilya was a little excited. That's right. The mansion was still the familiar mansion. The sky was still the familiar sky. The city outside was still the same city. Everything that Ilya and the others saw was covered in a layer of snow. In short, it was snowing. Is this what Gilgamesh meant when he said it was very interesting? Although I don't know how you made it snow in the summer, why did you suddenly do it? Rin Tusaka walked to the snowy ground in the courtyard. He asked Wu Ming while enjoying the coldness brought about by the snowflakes. Everyone walked to the courtyard as well. Through the temperature and material structure, this is indeed snow. Bazit analyzed seriously. Amazing. Big brother, it's really snow. Ilya started running in the courtyard. She was enjoying the fun that could only be enjoyed in winter. Mayu also reached out her hand in nostalgia. She felt the coolness brought about by the snowflakes. I didn't do anything to the weather. Wu Ming waved his hand innocently. Hey, isn't it Big Brother who did it? Little Black asked in confusion. Everyone looked at Wu Ming in confusion. Hey, we've already arrived in a parallel world. Everyone in the house exclaimed. Only Mayu, who had more or less guessed it, and young Gil, who already knew about it, didn't make a fuss. Hey, don't be so surprised. Aren't you all prepared to head to a parallel world? Wu Ming covered his ears helplessly. But, after sleeping for a night, we arrived in a parallel world. It's not shocking at all. Little Black had a look of regret. Yeah, shouldn't transmigrating to a parallel world be very spectacular? Transmigrating to a parallel world just like that is quite boring, Ilya agreed. Traveling through parallel worlds is an ability comparable to magic. I originally wanted to observe it carefully, but it's a pity. Bazit coughed and said with a reddened face. More importantly, we're going to travel to a parallel world. A parallel world? What do you think this is? Do you think we'll arrive at our destination after taking a nap on the train? Rin Enasaka said frantically. You're just a mere monkey. To put it bluntly, you're just throwing a tantrum because you didn't see it, Luvia said gracefully. It was as if she wasn't among the group of people who had screamed just now. You upstart. Aren't you the same? At least I'll say it out loud. You, on the other hand, only know how to keep it in your heart and pretend to be elegant. How disgusting. Rin Enasaka also elegantly played with her twin ponytails and began mocking Luvia. A mere Japanese monkey pretending to be elegant is even more disgusting. You blonde upstart. Japanese monkeys. Immediately, the two of them began to wrestle with each other like children. Ruby sighed helplessly as she watched the two of them wrestle. As expected, giving up on the two of them was the right choice. My Ilya is still the best. She's bullied by me every day and doesn't throw a tantrum. Immediately, Ruby said with a playful tone as if she was taking pleasure in others' misfortune. Mayu-sama is also better than Luvia-sama in this aspect. Also, sister, Ilya-sama isn't a toy. Sapphire said and tapped Ruby. That's right. Don't tease me every day, Ruby. Ilya also protested. Really, you guys are really noisy. Wu-ming said helplessly. Then, Wu-ming held Mayo's hand and walked to the side. Brother Wu-ming? Mayu didn't understand why Wu-ming was holding her hand. Wu-ming didn't answer Mayo's question and only looked at Mayu dotingly. This made Mayu blush. Actually, the enemy already appeared last night. When Wu-ming said this, whether it was Rin Enban and Luvia who were fooling around or Mayu who was being held by Wu-ming, everyone tensed up. Of course, except for the young Gil. The Yuzong mountain that disappeared last night has reappeared. Wasn't it done by the Magic Association or the Holy Church? Ilya asked. The Magic Association wouldn't use a method to repair the Yuzong mountain in one night. It's not worth it. As for the Holy Church, they're the same as the Magic Association. Rin Enban shook his head. That's right. Also, if my senses aren't wrong, the Yuzong mountain's reappearance is due to displacement magic. Wu-ming held Mayo's hand and said to everyone. Are you talking about the Ainsworth family? Luvia asked solemnly. Most likely. Wu-ming nodded. Feeling the tension from Mayo's body, Wu-ming gently held the back of Mayo's hand. Don't worry, Mayu. This time, I'll take care of Ainsworth once and for all. Wu-ming said with incomparable confidence. Okay, I believe in brother Wu-ming. Mayu hugged Wu-ming's arm, her face filled with warmth. Little Black coughed. Ah. Mayu hurriedly let go of Wu-ming's arm. It's time for a meeting. Even Mayu can't be lovey-dovey in front of us. Little Black said sternly. Yes. Yes. Mayu nodded with a red face. Wu-ming laughed. You little girl, you're obviously jealous. However, as if he had gotten the words he wanted, Little Black laughed. Since Big Brother said so, then I'll hug Big Brother's arm. Heh. Little Black pounced and instantly fell into Wu-ming's arms. Wu-ming subconsciously caught Little Black. Ah. Little Black, how can you do this? Ilya shouted and hurriedly ran to Wu-ming's side. As a girl, how can you be so immature? As she spoke, Ilya tugged at Little Black's arm that was hugging Wu-ming. Ilya is jealous, right? Do you want to do it together with me? Little Black rolled his eyes and said sneakily. Huh. That. Ilya was slightly hesitant and stunned. Seeing the hesitant Ilya, Little Black felt as if he had caught something that could be used against her. As expected, Ilya is jealous. I'm not. Anyway, let go of Big Brother. Ilya started tugging again with a red face. That, Ilya, Little Black, let go of Big Brother first. Mayu sat beside Wu-ming and said shyly. Since it's like this, then let's hug Big Brother together. Little Black decided to just go with the flow. What a sinful man. Bazette shook his head. Lolican. Rin Enasaka and Luweya said in disdain. This king is happy to see this side of teacher. Young Gil pretended to be mature as he looked at Wu-ming. Wu-ming's face was filled with helplessness. All right, let's stop when it's appropriate. Wu-ming raised his hand and instantly slammed it down. Bam! Chapter 280. Wu-ming raised his hand and slashed down. The hand blade that landed consecutively hit young Jill, Ilya, and Little Black's heads. Ugh! Ilya held her head and yelled. It hurts. Big brother, what are you doing? Little Black protested. You guys are already considered light. Wu Ming pointed at young Gil. Ilya and Little Black turned around and saw that young Gil had fainted on the spot. Smoke was rising from his head. Ah! Then why is Mayu fine? Little Black saw that his attack had failed and quickly changed the target. Huh! Mayu was shocked. Mayu is very obedient, unlike you and Ilya. As he said that, Wu Ming patted Mayo's head. Mayu cooperatively rubbed her head against his. Little Black and Ilya stared at Wu Ming and Mayu with puffed-up cheeks. Seeing Ilya and Little Black's reaction, Wu Ming quickly patted their heads and apologized. All right, it's my fault. I'll treat you guys to something later as an apology. Please forgive me. That's more like it. Millimeter HM. I say, it's about time to continue the topic. Rin Enban held his forehead helplessly. That's right. Jokes are enough. After all, we still have serious matters to attend to. Lu Weiya nodded. Wu Ming patted Ilya and Little Black's heads again and gestured for them to return to their seats. Knowing that it was time to be serious, the two of them returned to their seats. As for Mayu, she naturally continued to sit beside Wu Ming. Last night, I purposely went to the new Yuanzhong mountain to investigate. As he spoke, Wu Ming began to recall. Wu Ming cast a few concealment tactics on himself and quietly arrived at the Yuanzhong mountain. As expected, part of the ley lines have been replaced. Wu Ming crouched on the ground with one hand on the ground and examined the ley lines of the Yuanzhong mountain. Wu Ming stood up and looked in the direction of the entrance. Mayu had once told Wu Ming that when she first came to this world, she had walked out of the big hole. In this way, through counter-evidence, the enemy should have appeared in the big hole in the Yuanzhong mountain. With that said, Wu Ming walked towards the entrance of the large hole. Wu Ming stopped when he was about to approach. To be safe, let's use this, Wu Ming said as he reached his hand into the golden ripples and took out a card. It depicted a person wearing a skull mask and holding a curved dagger. This was the Assassin class card. Class card Assassin, install, Dream Summon. In an instant, Wu Ming's mana wrapped around the class card. Then, the class card melted and turned into a ball of mana that wrapped around Wu Ming. After the mana calmed down, Wu Ming appeared in a black robe. The hooded black robe wrapped tightly around Wu Ming, only his face was exposed. Wu Ming wore a skull mask that could only cover his eyes. In addition to his expressionless face, anyone would think that he was an emotionless killer. As expected, it's the cursed wrist again. With that said, Wu Ming revealed an arm that was hidden under the cloak. The arm was wrapped in bandages and no skin could be seen. However, it was no different from Wu Ming's normal arm except for an extra layer of bandages. At this moment, the arm wrapped in bandages was emitting wisps of black gas that spread towards Wu Ming's body. The arm of the demon god. No wonder Shinji Madu was deranged. Even without the side effects of the card, ordinary people would be corroded by this arm. To think that he could still maintain a little bit of self-awareness. Wu Ming felt the evil energy from his arm as if it could not be suppressed and was about to corrode Wu Ming. However, since it's just a mere power, you should calm down. With that said, wisps of lightning burst out from Wu Ming's body. Wu Ming's bandaged arm seemed to be trembling. The black gas was retracted and it calmed down. Wu Ming retracted his arm under his robe and disappeared from where he stood in a flash. Inside the Yuanzhong mountain, two females appeared here. The one on the left spoke first. This should be the Yuanzhong mountain of the other world. She was dressed strangely. Her lower body was covered in golden armor and her upper body was only covered by clothes that covered her chest. There were red patterns on her abdomen and waist and golden armor on her arms. Her hair was tied into two thin ponytails with a decorative horn embedded on one side of the ponytails. Coupled with her cold eyes, she had the aura of a queen. This woman was none other than Angelica Ainsworth, the one who used the Gilgamesh card. Really, it's just a holy grail. Why would the two of us need to make a move? Isn't this too much of a fuss? The one on the right spoke. She had red hair that was tied into 2 ponytails. She wore tattered fur clothes that covered her abdomen. Her lower body was covered in fur, and her legs were covered with fur boots that looked like long boots. Her golden eyes were filled with raging madness, accompanied by a wide smile, which made people feel terrified. However, the most terrifying thing was her right hand. Her huge right hand was as thick as a small car, and she was holding a hammer that was filled with lightning. Don't be careless, Beatrice Frauachad. Although Hyun Ryong was defeated by Lord Julian, he was absorbed by the Holy Grail that crossed over here. There's no guarantee that he won't come back to life. Don't forget, when you used the Hercules card, you were killed by him. If Lord Julian didn't save you, you wouldn't be standing here. After listening to Angelica's words, the girl named Beatrice was a little scared. At that time, the berserker who came with Atlas was Beatrice. For some unknown reason, Beatrice, who used the berserker class card, completely went berserk, and her appearance became the same as the original berserker. When Wu Ming invaded her inner world, Beatrice had a mental breakdown because of Wu Ming. She directly contacted the dream summoning and turned into a puppet and disappeared. Although that's the case, you're not dead. Compared to the others, you're easier to control. This is why Lord Julian replaced you, Angelica said coldly. Yes, Tilda, I know. Beatrice pretended to say helplessly, but she still looked quite arrogant. However, Angelica wouldn't say anything to Beatrice. As a puppet, all she needed to do was to obey her master's orders and nothing else was required. Let's go. Lord Mayu should be here. Let's complete the mission as soon as possible. What should I say? Knowing that I'm likely to be here, Julian only sent 2 people. A voice came from the void. Who is it? Chapter 281. Angelica and Beatrice were both shocked. Both of them did not notice the incoming enemy. A black figure walked out of the shadows. Why, I haven't seen you for 2 months. Don't you recognize me, Angelica? The person took off his hood and revealed his face. It's you. Wu Ming. No, I should call you Hyun Ryong. Angelica's eyes narrowed suddenly. It's him. Compared to Angelica, Beatrice's performance was much worse. She clearly felt the fear in her heart. It was Wu Ming who invaded her inner world and caused her to have a mental breakdown and disappear. The one beside you is the berserker, right? Wu Ming seemed to recognize Beatrice and looked at her. After all, Wu Ming was the one who caused her to have a mental breakdown. Wu Ming naturally knew what she looked like in her inner world. How pitiful. She was used as a puppet by Julian again. Wu Ming was not surprised. He just felt a little pity. After understanding Beatrice's inner world, Wu Ming really felt sorry for this girl. However, although he felt sorry for her, Wu Ming would not show mercy to his enemies. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. Beatrice was furious when she felt Wu Ming's pitiful eyes. In an instant, the giant hammer in Beatrice's hand flashed with purple lightning and sizzled. Zila dash. Beatrice controlled the purple lightning and blasted it in Wu Ming's direction. Is this lightning that can cause harm to God? After Wu Ming became a god-slayer, even if he left the world of god-slayers, the god-slayer's physique remained with Wu Ming. It had a very high magic resistance. Spells that did not reach the god level would not work on god-slayers. Only magic that could cause harm to God or pure physical attacks could cause harm to god-slayers. This special effect naturally included Wu Ming's avatar as a servant. But, if that's all, then there's no need to defend. As Wu Ming spoke, he did not do anything. He only used his physical body to take Beatrice's lightning attack. The result was naturally intact. What? He took my attack with just his physical body, and is still intact. Beatrice was in disbelief. After all, Wu Ming, who had undergone the root baptism and had grown a lot, could be regarded as a top existence among fantasy breeds. As a top existence of fantasy breeds, his defense could not be broken by an ordinary attack, even if he was a servant's avatar. It doesn't look like you used a defensive ability or the ability of a class card. Angelica frowned. Did you recognize the class card I'm using now? You're right. After all, you're a member of the Ainsworth family. I'm showing off in front of an expert. With that said, Wu Ming cancelled the assassin class card. But then again, Ainsworth's things are really useful. Wu Ming smiled. It seems that the class cards that were scattered in this world should have been recovered by you, Angelica said indifferently. Why, do you want it? Wu Ming put the assassin into the golden ripple, but he was not in a hurry to take his hand out. I don't think you'll just give us the class card, Hyun Ryong. Angelica narrowed her eyes. Of course, as long as your goal is still my you. With that said, Wu Ming pulled his hand out of the golden ripple, and along with Wu Ming's hand, he pulled out the golden twisted scepter. Then we're enemies. Noble and powerful, wise and kind, I will incarnate into a miracle and lead the world to the dawn. With the chanting of the soul language, Wu Ming's magic power seemed to have become endless, and it spread to the surroundings wantonly. This huge amount of magic power. Angelica and Beatrice raised their hands and subconsciously resisted the storm caused by Wu Ming's magic power. The power of the magician incarnation was not only able to give people protection, enhance the power of magic, and speed up the chanting of spells. The most important thing was that after activating the magician incarnation, Wu Ming's magic output was doubled. For example, Wu Ming's magic power was a lake. Usually, Wu Ming relied on the tap connected to his home to extract water. Now, Wu Ming relied on opening the dam gate to extract water. What did this mean? This meant that Wu Ming, who activated the magician incarnation, could use more powerful magic. Wu Ming touched the ground with the bottom of the staff of Ain's Ergong. Just in an instant, Angelica and Beatrice found that the scene around them changed. The two of them stood on a huge rock in the middle of an endless expanse of magma. As for Wu Ming, he floated in the sky and looked down at the two of them from above. Inherent barrier, Nazarik's 7th layer of magma hell. The magician's buff allowed Wu Ming to instantly activate the inherent barrier. Not only that, but the inherent barrier was also strengthened. This is inherent barrier. Beatrice broke out in cold sweat. Even if she knew that Angelica had a world-defying noble phantasm, Beatrice, who already had a psychological fear of Wu Ming, was even more afraid. Let me give you a greeting, ladies. Wu Ming gracefully performed an ancient noble's etiquette, and then raised the staff of Ain's Ergong. Parallel deployment, super magic, fall down. Countless interlocking magic circles constantly appeared in every corner of the inherent barrier. The sky, magma, rocks, almost every place was occupied by magic circles, except for a few meters around the two. Countless magic circles seemed to be connected, and one by one, all the magic circles flashed with blue light. Not good. Angelica quickly activated Gate of Babylon, and countless golden ripples appeared around Angelica and Beatrice. There were simply too many of them. It was impossible to use the Gate of Babylon's noble phantasm to destroy all of these magic circles that were obviously not to be trifled with. Beatrice, if you don't want to die, hurry up and defend, Angelica said to Beatrice anxiously. I know it even if you don't say it. Beatrice was sweating, and the giant hammer in her hand produced violent lightning. Well, that's it. If you can survive, then I will return the class card to you. After that, Wu Ming smiled and disappeared from the inherent barrier. A few seconds after Wu Ming disappeared, all the magic circles seemed to have reached the limit, and they burst out with amazing light and heat, dyeing the entire inherent barrier into a world of light. Chapter 282. After that, I immediately activated the spell that transmigrated through parallel worlds overnight, bringing you and the Shore You residents here while you were still asleep. Wu Ming finished his explanation. In other words, when the enemy attacked, you wiped them out and brought us to the enemy's lair. Rin Enosaka summarized. If only it was as easy as you make it out to be. Wu Ming looked at Rin Enosaka helplessly. But, the enemy was indeed wiped out by you, wasn't it? Rin Enosaka waved his hand. Speaking of which, if you were able to wipe out the enemy's strongest force, how did you get defeated? Luvia raised her doubts. In his explanation, Wu Ming said that the enemy was the Ainsworth family's strongest force. This has nothing to do with strength. Wu Ming shook his head. Look at Gil, he was also defeated by me. Wu Ming then pointed at young Gil who had woken up. Did I fall asleep just now? I think I dreamt that sensei knocked on my head and my head hurt. Young Gil had a pained expression as he held his head with one hand. That's true, all right. Ilya retorted helplessly. Cough tilde anyway, the enemy used something that countered me and tricked me. I'm not the same person now. Wu Ming continued. Also, the most important thing is that Mount Yuanzhang exploded again. Wu Ming helplessly waved his hand. What? Everyone was shocked. That? Because I was a little interested, yesterday's move was a little exaggerated. Ahahaha. Wu Ming laughed awkwardly. Although Wu Ming released his supreme level magic in his own inherent barrier and the inherent barrier was strengthened by the magician's attribute, the supreme level magic that Wu Ming used yesterday was one of the best supreme level magic spells that focused on destruction. Moreover, because of the sorcerer avatar's bonus, the super magic that originally required a long time to be released could be released in just a dozen seconds. Also, because Wu Ming used magic power explosion once, Wu Ming used parallel spread, and the supreme level magic he used almost covered the entire inherent barrier. The so-called parallel spread was a move that used multiple skills. This was the skill that Wu Ming analyzed from the class card. After all, it was troublesome to use supreme level magic one by one, so Wu Ming simply used parallel spread and released countless supreme level magic spells. Moreover, Wu Ming also used chain formation, which linked the power of each magic formation to get the result of 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = infinity. That was also related to Wu Ming's double authority. That was the power of Wu Ming's noble phantasm, 12 incarnations. Each incarnation could be said to be a powerful noble phantasm. However, those noble phantasm could only be used by Wu Ming alone, because the magical power consumed by those noble phantasm was comparable to the magical power of a holy grail. Then, after being hit by such a powerful attack, the inherent barrier was directly broken. Even the Yuanzhang mountain seemed to have been hit by a meteor once again. Wu Ming didn't know how the news reported this time. That night, Wu Ming directly used sorcery to leave. Well, after all, it's also an accident that I caused, it's better to run away quickly. Wu Ming waved his hand awkwardly. Really, even if that's the case, the magic association won't trouble you. What are you afraid of? Rin Enban helplessly stroked his cheek. So, if we just follow such a big building to the parallel world, won't it attract the attention of the officials? Luvia asked. It had to be said that Luvia had asked a good question. Of course not. As you know, I lived in this world for a while. I also have my own house in Winterwood City in this world. When I moved Shao Tsuki's house here, I chose to exchange it with this world's house. Wu Ming said with a smile, then waved his hand, and a screen appeared in front of everyone. On the screen, a house similar to Shao Tsuki's house appeared. This is the original location of Shao Tsuki's house. I have moved the house in this world, and now the house in this world is Shao Tsuki's house. Wu Ming explained. As expected, there are many times when I feel that Wu Ming is a friend and not an enemy. That's great. Rin Enban sighed and then said. I have to say, Rin Enban is right. It's great that you're not an enemy. Luvia also said. You're making it sound too serious. Wu Ming laughed. The enemy is more difficult to deal with than you think. Speaking of the enemy, we still don't know the exact situation of the enemy. Big brother, can you explain to us about the Ainsworth family? Ilya looked at Wu Ming curiously. Ainsworth family, her. Wu Ming thought for a moment. Okay then. Then, they moved to the conference room. Wu Ming sat solemnly at the head of the table. Everyone sat in their own seats and looked at Wu Ming meticulously. First of all, the Ainsworth family is a family that specializes in substitution magic. However, because they specialize in substitution magic, they have developed the originally inferior substitution magic to its peak. No matter if it's space, personality, heroic spirit power, or even traveling to a parallel world, they can do it all. That's how they created the class cards. As he spoke, Wu Ming took out 6 class cards and slapped them on the table. Just in case, Mayu, Ilya, take these 6 class cards first. As he spoke, Wu-ming tossed the class cards to Mayu and Ilya. Hey, show tilde. Ilya made a cute sound with the help of the card. I'll teach you dream summoning personally later. Mayu and Ilya nodded. The Ainsworth family usually relies on heroic spirit cards and substitution magic. They don't have any effective strategies for this. Well, I'm not prepared to let you go to the battlefield anyway. Wu-ming waved his hand. Everyone was stunned. What do you mean by not letting us go to the battlefield? Rin Enosaka slammed the table and stood up. You didn't hear wrong. It's the literal meaning, Wu-ming said calmly. Let's not talk about you and Luvia. I'm not prepared to let Mayu and Ilya go to the battlefield either. But, brother Wu-ming. Mayu looked at Wu-ming with some reluctance. Ilya did the same. I don't have a choice. The enemy's battlefield is no ordinary disaster. I gave you the class cards so that you can protect yourselves. In truth, Wu-ming had never intended to let them go to the battlefield. Whether it was before or after they persuaded Wu-ming. Chapter 283. I've always been prepared to attack Ainsworth from the front, whether you come or not, Wu-ming said solemnly. That's because Ainsworth's army is an army of heroic spirits. As soon as Wu-ming said that, everyone's eyes narrowed. Wait a minute. Are you saying that Ainsworth has created a lot of class cards? Luvia asked, puzzled. No matter how they thought about it, it was impossible, right? Everyone could not help but think. It's indeed impossible, but the opponent has an item that can mass-produce black mud followers. Black mud followers? That's right. Those are inferior heroes who failed in their pursuit of the Holy Grail. As long as their obsession is not destroyed, they can be resurrected infinitely. Wu-ming could not help but think of the scene where he was tricked. Countless black mud covered the sky and covered the earth. The black mud came from an item in Julian's hand, Pandora's box. Wu-ming had seen clearly that there were followers hidden in the black mud. However, in order to deal with Wu-ming, these followers were turned into waves by the black mud and engulfed Wu-ming. Moreover, what worried Wu-ming the most was that the black mud was mixed with the root dragon's aura, which was the aura of the Great Root. This was equivalent to increasing the power of these black mud followers. Against such a group of powerful troops who were not afraid of death and could resurrect infinitely, Ilya and the others could not deal with it. Leave the specifics to me. Wu-ming shook his head and did not continue. I didn't expect your help in the first place. Naturally, I didn't include you in the battle force. After all, this is a plan that I've been planning for a long time. My original plan was to only bring Mayu to fight against Ainsworth. But, it's rare for us to come here and help Big Brother. Ilya lowered her head in disappointment. Ilya. Mayu comforted Ilya. Indeed. If it's really as Master said, and the enemy has an army that can resurrect infinitely and isn't afraid of death, I don't think we can defeat them. Bazit said seriously. Wu-ming sighed when he saw the disappointment on everyone's faces. After all, Wu-ming didn't take them into account, so Ilya and the others weren't part of his initial plan. However, we can't be sure that the other party won't create new dolls and class cards, so I have a new plan, Wu-ming said again to comfort everyone. Hey, does this mean that we can help Big Brother? Ilya's eyes lit up. Wu-ming waved his hand. Well, that's only if the other party has card users of other ranks. Before I explain the plan, let me pick up two people first. Pick someone up. Ah, that's right. Pick someone up. Wu-ming laughed mischievously. In the main hall of the Shoryu residence. A red-haired boy with orange pupils and a purple-haired girl with purple pupils stood together. Looking at the way they held hands, it was obvious that they were a couple. Nice to meet you, everyone. I'm Shiro Emiya. Nice to meet you, I'm Sakura Madu. Nice to meet you. The two of them greeted a large number of unfamiliar faces politely. That's right, the two of them were Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu, who were saved by Gem Master. They were now brought back by Wu-ming. After Wu-ming and Mayu left, just as Shiro Emiya was about to be captured by Angelica, Zelik appeared and took Shiro Emiya away. As for Sakura Madu, she had been taken away by Zelik earlier, so Angelica could only find Shiro Emiya in the Emiya mansion. Emiya-kun? Rin Dosaka had a shocked expression. Soro. Luvia had a look of disbelief. Brother? Ilya and Xiaohei were dumbfounded. As for Bazette, since he didn't know Shiro Emiya at all, he didn't make a fuss about it. Shiro Nui-chan, Sakura Nui-chan, long time no see. Mayu, on the other hand, bowed politely after seeing the two of them. Mayu, long time no see, Shiro greeted with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Mayu-chan, Sakura Madu replied gently. On the other hand, young Gil kept sizing up Shiro Emiya. Is this sensei's younger brother in this world? Although he looks good, I feel disgusted. For some reason, young Gil didn't like Shiro Emiya. Why is brother here? Ilya's eyes widened as she looked at Wu Ming in disbelief. Rin Dosaka and Luvia, who had calmed down, reacted. I'm afraid his Shiro Emiya in this parallel world, the two of them said. Well. Anyway, that's how it is. Wu Ming, who was standing at the side, shrugged. Shiro is a human who doesn't need a class card to unleash the power of a heroic spirit. Everyone instantly looked at Shiro Emiya in surprise. Well. Brother is right. Due to an accident, I connected to myself in a parallel world. After I died in that world, I became a heroic spirit. Shiro Emiya helplessly touched the back of his head. That's amazing. To be able to become a heroic spirit, as expected of brother, Ilya said in surprise. Indeed, even if you become a heroic spirit in a parallel world, it also means that you have the qualifications to become a heroic spirit in this world, Bazette said solemnly. By the way, Little Black, your card is Emiya the heroic spirit. Hey! Is that for real? Little Black was shocked. Wu Ming didn't say anything. He only smiled and shrugged. Speaking of which, Wu Ming looked at Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu who were holding hands. Looks like you and Sakura have made good progress while I was away. Shiro, when are you going to officially meet me as your guardian? Wu Ming looked at Shiro Emiya with a smile. When Wu Ming said that, Sakura Madu's face instantly turned red. Big brother. Emiya could only laugh dryly. Rin Enosaka and Luvia's expressions darkened. Although the Shiro Emiya in front of them wasn't the Shiro Emiya they knew, no matter what, the Shiro Emiya in this world was indeed Shiro Emiya. Seeing Shiro Emiya with another woman, the two of them felt uneasy. Bam! Bam! After 2 consecutive karate chops, Rin Enosaka and Luvia calmed down. Well, no matter what, I'll congratulate the two of you. Before Wu Ming picked up Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu, he learned from Zelik that the two of them were sent by Zelik to be under Emilo II's management and become his disciples. Wu Ming felt that this was a good thing. Wu Ming had met Emilo II before, and he was a very reliable magician. Zelik told the two that Wu Ming and Mayo's situation was very safe and that they didn't need to worry. They only needed to study in the clock tower. Therefore, during this period of study, Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu's relationship quickly warmed up and they quickly became a couple. Congratulations, big brother and big sister. Congratulations, Shiro Gige, big sister Sakura. Congratulations to the two newlyweds. Congratulations. Apart from Rin Enosaka and Luvia, the others naturally congratulated the three of them. Thank you, everyone. Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu smiled. Well, it won't be too late to hold the wedding after everything is settled. After saying that, everyone became extremely serious. Chapter 284. They redistributed their seats and sat in the meeting room. Wu Ming still sat at the head of the table. Rin Enban, Luvia, Shiro Emiya, and Sakura Madu sat on Wu Ming's left. Bazette, Ilya, Little Black, and Mayu sat on Wu Ming's right. Gil sat across from Wu Ming. Since everyone is here, let's start the official allocation. Wu Ming crossed his arms in front of his chest with a solemn expression. Everyone felt the solemn atmosphere and puffed out their chests. Since the other party's goal is the Holy Grail, Ilya, Little Black, and Mayu will be on standby at the Shoryua mansion. Wu Ming was the first to speak. Hey! Why is it like this? Ilya said with slight displeasure. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. The other party's goal is the Holy Grail. Other than Mayu, you and I might also be the other party's target, Little Black advised. Although Mayu was slightly dissatisfied, she was also someone who knew the severity of the situation. Hence, she nodded. When Ilya saw that her two companions agreed with Wu Ming's words, she could only nod helplessly in the end. Well, don't be unhappy. I'll make something nice for you later. Wu Ming comforted Ilya. Hey, really? Big brother is the best. Ilya smiled happily. Boo-hoo. Big brother is unfair. I want to eat too. Little Black looked like an abandoned puppy. He lay on the table and stared at Wu Ming. That. Mayu also looked at Wu Ming hesitantly. She knew that she could not always cause trouble for her big brother. However, Mayu really wanted to eat her big brother's delicacies. Wu Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then let's make glutinous rice balls. There will be a share for all three of us. How about that? Millimeter. Little Black said excitedly. I'm looking forward to it. Ilya said expectantly. Millimeter. Mayu nodded lightly. Looking at the three of them who were extremely happy, Wu Ming smiled from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, there was a loud bang. Rin Enban slammed the table and stood up. You guys. We're in the middle of a battle conference. Can you be more serious? Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu smiled awkwardly but did not say anything. After all, he was their big brother. They had to give him some face. However, the others didn't give him any face, especially Rin Enasaka and Lu Weiya, who had been provoked. After all, this is the enemy's time, so let's hurry up. Lu Weiya said angrily, and then turned her head away. Needless to say, Lu Weiya didn't want to see the palace guard, who was already taken, showing off his affection. Sorry, let's continue with the battle conference. Wu Ming coughed awkwardly. The three little lollis also blushed. Rin Enban and loses, you too. To be honest, Wu Ming had a headache. Although these two girls were students of the clock tower, they were comparable to first-class magicians. However, in a battle where servants were involved, they were undoubtedly useless. You could say that they were a little hurt, but it happened that the damage they caused was not a big deal at all. Wu Ming touched his forehead, thought for a moment, and then said, How about this, you two also stay in Sho Tsuki's house. In this regard, Rin Enban and Luz didn't show much dissatisfaction. Although they said that they wanted to help, after knowing that the enemy was a servant, they basically gave up the idea of going to the battlefield. Although it was a bit of putting the cart before the horse, Rin Enban and Luz still wanted to thank Wu Ming for not treating them as a burden. After all, Wu Ming didn't want them to come here together. Because of their personal reasons, they were brought here by Wu Ming. For such a result, the two couldn't say that they were disappointed, but they couldn't say that they were happy. After all, no one wanted to be treated as a useless guy. But, you're different from Ilya and the others. You need to help me drive Sho Tsuki's. The two were not surprised by Wu Ming's SSSS. That. Big brother, what do you mean by driving Sho Tsuki's? Rin Enban and Luz were puzzled. Ilya and the others were also quite puzzled. It means literally. Wu Ming finished and snapped his fingers. Then, with a pop sound, countless blue semi-virtual screens appeared in the conference room. On the countless blue virtual screens in the conference room, almost all of them showed something that not only Ilya and the others couldn't understand, but even Shiro Emiya, who lived with Wu Ming for a long time, couldn't understand. Wu Ming's hand gently moved, and a large number of blue virtual screens were removed, and a special virtual screen floated above Wu Ming's head. The reason why it was special was that this screen was all about Sho Tsuki's and the surrounding real-time surveillance, including the surveillance of the conference room. Looking at the countless partitions, everyone was surprised. Is this a magic workshop? No matter how I look at it, it looks like a laboratory. Rin Enban said helplessly. Well, this is a temple I modified according to modern times. Not only does it have real-time surveillance, but it also has visual obstruction enchantment, magic suppression enchantment platform, autonomous attack chain enchantment, and other autonomous enchantments for attack, defense, and investigation. It also has space-folding technology. As long as it is activated, the internal space of Shou Otsukis will be instantly enlarged by 100 times, and I have set up all kinds of traps that can be imagined. In addition, there are flight and transformation functions, and after referring to Gil's Vimana, I also added a few nuclear warheads. Wu Ming said, pointing to the innocent young Gil. Everyone looked at Wu Ming, who was talking non-stop, and they were all stunned, looking at Wu Ming blankly. All in all, this is a multifunctional strategic mobile fortress. I named it Shou Otsuki Temple. Wu Ming finished and breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder I always felt that the house has become a little different. It turned out that it was transformed by my brother. Shiro Emiya sighed. No, Shiro Oniya-san, brother Wu Ming did not transform Emiya Mansion, but built a new one in the parallel world. Mayu pointed out Shiro Emiya's misunderstanding. Well, when I built this house, it was not only to be my and Mayo's home. I have been planning to counterattack Ainsworth, of course, I have to be prepared. Wu Ming waved his hand, indicating that everyone should not make a fuss. Since I met you, my heart has almost gotten used to it. Same, Rin Enasaka and Luvia both sighed at the same time. Well, at first, I just wanted to build a defense base, and it slowly developed into this. Wu Ming scratched his head. In short, your task is to be responsible for assisting us on the battlefield. I will teach you how to use it later. Then, Wu Ming turned his head and looked at Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu. Shiro, Sakura, I ask you two again, do you really want to participate? Chapter 285. Wu Ming asked Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu when he went to pick them up from England. Do you really want to participate in this battle? I've already returned and am fully prepared. It doesn't matter if you don't participate. Wu Ming said. Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu answered. Brother, I've been working hard to learn magic here just to wait for this day. I'll be wherever Senpai is. And now, their answers were exactly the same as before. Mayo's friends have all come to this world. As her brother, I can't fall behind. I'll be wherever Senpai is. This is also my way of repaying brother Wu Ming for saving my life. Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu's eyes were filled with determination. I'm really an idiot for asking you such a question. Wu Ming shook his head self-deprecatingly. Since you've already decided, then as your brother, I can only fully support you. Shiro and Sakura, you two will be in charge of the attack on Julian. Wu Ming arranged. However, when he mentioned Julian, Shiro Emiya still felt a little gloomy. After all, he considered himself to be a good friend. By the way, Shiro, I'll help you adjust your body later. And Sakura, remember to give me your rank card later. Rank cards created by those things, even if it's just pure strength, will erode your mind if you use it for a long time. Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu both nodded. Then, Wu Ming looked at Bazette, who had been silent all this time. Wu Ming actually didn't know how to deal with Bazette. Originally, it was only because of his bad taste that he let Bazette become a servant of the Shoryu residence, and he was half forced to come to the parallel world with him. After all, the backlight sword was a super bug-like existence. Even if Wu Ming's heart was super strong, he wouldn't dare take this causal weapon head-on. Who knew if his heart was strong enough? After all, the backlight sword only changed karma to strike the heart, and it didn't necessarily pierce through the heart. Of course, if his main body was here, there was nothing to be afraid of. You don't have to care about what I think. This is a mission given to me by the higher-ups. The only thing I can do is fight. Bazette seemed to know what Wu Ming was thinking, so he said this. Bazette had received news from his superiors that he was to follow Hyun Ryong to the parallel world, complete all his instructions, and bring back as much information as possible. Of course, those were added by Bazette's superiors. After all, it wasn't easy for them to come to parallel world, so how could they not collect some items? As for the matter of Wu Ming going to the parallel world, Wu Ming had told Zelik that there was no need to deliberately hide it. Instead of letting the higher-ups who were worried about Wu Ming's departure have wild thoughts and add trouble to Wu Ming, It was better to let them feel at ease and be obedient. Since you've said so, follow me to the battlefield. Then, follow Shiro and Sakura as a member of the execution team and attack the enemy leader. After all, you're not the type to fight in groups. I understand. Bazette nodded solemnly. Finally, Wu Ming looked at young Gil, who was sitting opposite him, and said, "Then, the last one is you, my disciple. Teacher, do you have a mission? I will be very obedient." Young Gil smiled elegantly and gently. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like an innocent and beautiful boy. "If it's you, you don't need me to assign you a mission. Just act according to the situation," Wu Ming said with a look of disdain. "Hey, why are you like this, teacher?" Young Gil looked at Wu Ming as if he had been bullied. "Well, but since it's teacher's words, I can only obey." Wu Ming ignored young Gil and looked at everyone. "Then that's it. Ilya, Mayu, and Blackie will stay behind at the Shoryu mansion and act according to the situation. Ling and Luvia will be responsible for driving the Shoryu mansion as support. Shiro, Sakura, and Bazette will be the execution team, specifically targeting Julian. Gil will roam the battlefield, and I will be responsible for resisting the army. Does anyone have any questions?" At this moment, Ilya raised her hand. "Ilya." Wu Ming called her name. "Yes, I want to know how Big Brother is going to resist the servant army. Is he going to fight alone? If not, Mayu, Blackie, and I can also help," Ilya said with concern. "You don't have to worry about this at all." The one who spoke was not Wu Ming, but Shiro Emiya. "Big Brother has an army." Shiro Emiya was naturally talking about the golem Wu Ming summoned from Nazalik. At that time, because of various skills flying around on the battlefield, countless golem that were comparable to low-level servants were lost, and the rest were swallowed by the black mud in their struggle. Fortunately, those were only projections, and Wu Ming could naturally continue to summon them. However, even if there were many small soldiers, they were still small soldiers in front of an expert. However, Wu Ming naturally had a new idea. "You don't need to worry about that. I'm not going to fight against an army alone." Wu Ming smiled. "Well, I'll adjust Shiro's physical condition first. Everyone else, go and rest first." For a moment, only Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu were left in the conference room. Sakura Madu stayed behind to give the rank card to Wu Ming later, and to accompany Shiro Emiya. "Well, take off your clothes first." Wu Ming spoke first. "Oh!" Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu both exclaimed. Looking at Sakura Madu, who was blushing, and looking at Shiro Emiya, who was slightly embarrassed, Wu Ming shook his head. Looking at the two's performance, Wu Ming knew that the two probably hadn't reached that stage yet. They probably just held hands, hugged, and kissed. It's going to happen sooner or later anyway. Hurry up and take it off. Do you need me to help you? Wu Ming narrowed his eyes, looked at Shiro Emiya, and said threateningly, I know, Big Brother." As someone who lived with Shiro Emiya for almost 5 years, Shiro Emiya naturally understood Wu Ming's temperament. Therefore, Shiro Emiya quickly took off his clothes, leaving only his underwear on. The naked Wei Gong Shalang revealed a body full of strength but not exaggerated muscles. This was the legendary saying, wearing clothes makes one look thin, but taking off clothes makes one look muscular. At this moment, Sakura Madu, who was looking at her lover's body, was already blushing and didn't dare to look over. I only told you to take off your upper body. Why did you take off your lower body?" Wu Ming laughed mischievously. Shiro Emiya, who was still blushing, suddenly looked helpless. "This is good, it's easier to adjust your body," Wu Ming quickly said. Then, Wu Ming snapped his fingers, and a device similar to a man-made transparent culture tank rose from the floor of the conference room. Chapter 286. "Let's go in," Wu Ming said. Shiro Emiya looked at Wu Ming, then looked at Sakura Madu, and then walked toward the open container. When he reached the opening, Wu Ming pushed Shiro Emiya, and then slammed the container door shut. "Really, this is not a life and death parting. Do you have to be so serious?" sighed young people nowadays. Wuming pretended to shake his head helplessly. Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu, who were originally shocked, were slightly embarrassed after hearing Wuming's words. Noble and powerful, wise and kind, that is, I will incarnate into a miracle and lead the world to the dawn. Wuming didn't say much nonsense and directly activated the magician incarnation. After all, this was a problem with magic, and this incarnation was more useful. Wuming stood in front of the container and stretched out a hand. Then, let's begin. After that, a golden magic circle the size of Wuming's palm appeared and kept rotating. The container, which originally only contained Shiro Emiya, was instantly filled with liquid, and Shiro Emiya blew a bubble. The originally featureless container also began to glow. Senpai. Sakura Madu ran to the front of the container worriedly. Oni-sama, what's going on? Won't Senpai drown? Looking at Sakura Madu's anxious expression, Wuming smiled helplessly. Don't worry, these are just some liquid that can make people get oxygen in an environment where they can't breathe. They are often used in the creation of androids, so don't worry. After hearing Wuming's words, Sakura Madu relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. I used hypnosis magic, Shiro, you can have a good sleep. When you wake up, you will find that your body is very good. Wuming's words faintly, Shiro Emiya's eyelids began to slowly close in the container. Wuming stretched out his hand and took out a book from the golden ripples that appeared at the side. That book was Wuming's noble phantasm, the nameless spellbook. Then, I'll start. After that, Wuming closed his eyes, held the nameless spellbook in one hand, and the other hand was flat on his chest, pointing to the container where Shiro Emiya was, and the magic circle on his palm began to change. With the addition of the magician avatar, Wuming could now directly release some magic without chanting, which was the case now. Many magic spells on the nameless spellbook were frequently used by Wuming, constantly acting on Shiro Emiya. In addition to producing culture fluid to make people fall asleep, this culture tank also had the effect of enhancing magic, playing a supporting role. After all, this was designed by Wuming, and it was basically according to Wuming's habits. Wuming stopped the magic circle in his hand, closed the nameless spellbook, and opened his eyes. Oni-sama, is it done? Sakura Madu asked with some uncertainty. Wuming smiled helplessly. How is that possible? Shiro's body is even more broken than I thought. Shiro Emiya used his future heroic spirit class card in the parallel world many times, but because he had to send Mayu away, Shiro Emiya gave up the class card. After that, because the heroic spirit on the class card was the same person as Shiro Emiya, the class card and Shiro Emiya became synchronized. After losing the class card, Shiro Emiya could still continue to use the power of the heroic spirit on the class card. In short, as Shiro Emiya continued to use this power, he began to gradually become a heroic spirit. However, for an ordinary person, this synchronized was a bit too much. Shiro Emiya's body couldn't withstand the burden of becoming a heroic spirit. The power of the heroic spirit was wreaking havoc in Shiro Emiya's body, and if he used this power, it would increase the erosion of the heroic spirit. Not only that, but the class card created by Ainsworth also had the power to erode one's heart and even the body. Every card user's heart would be eroded by the heroic spirit on the class card. Although it wasn't much, over time, their personality would become more like that of the heroic spirit. Perhaps because of the black mud, these class cards had the ability to erode the user's body. This caused Shiro Emiya's body to become quite broken. Wuming told all this to Sakura Madu. Sakura Madu covered her mouth in disbelief and stared blankly at Shiro Emiya. I really didn't expect Shiro to be able to persevere. Wuming sighed. Senpai. Sakura Madu's eyes began to moisten, which was a sign that tears were about to flow out. Well then, Sakura, please move aside. I'm going to start treating Shiro. Sakura Madu turned her head to look at Wuming in shock. Wuming naturally knew why Sakura Madu was like that. Well, I didn't say that there was no way to save him. I just said that Shiro's body was seriously damaged. Wuming turned his head away and said unnaturally, I was just joking. Who knew that Sakura would fall into my trap? I'm sorry. Well, Really, Oni-sama is so annoying. Sakura Madu stopped crying and smiled. If you want to apologize, wait until I completely heal Shiro. Wu-Ming smiled apologetically. Then, Wu-Ming opened the nameless spellbook again. He still held the book in one hand and held the other hand in front of him, pointing in Shiro's direction. Just like before, a large number of palm-sized magic circles appeared on Wu-Ming's palm. The magic circles were interlocked and intertwined. Then, under Wu-Ming's command, they attached themselves to the culture tank. The culture tank that was originally shining shone even more brightly. Sakura Madu looked at this scene worriedly. No matter what, Shiro Emiya's body was seriously injured. After a long and short wait, Wu-Ming stopped the magic circle in his hand and closed the nameless spellbook. The magic circle attached to the culture tank also turned into magic and disappeared. The culture tank also lost its light, and the culture fluid inside quickly disappeared. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Go and see Shiro, Sakura. Wu-Ming smiled at Sakura Madu. Yes, thank you so much, Oni-sama. Thank you so much. Sakura Madu bowed to Wu-Ming again and again. Wu-Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, Shiro is my brother, and you are my sister-in-law. Looking at Sakura Madu, who was walking towards the culture tank, Wu-Ming said softly. Poochie. With this sound, the culture tank opened. Cough, cough, cough. Shiro Emiya, who had just adapted to the culture fluid, was not used to the air and coughed a few times as soon as he came out. Senpai, are you okay? Sakura Madu rushed forward and supported Shiro Emiya. I'm fine, Sakura. I'm just not used to the air. Now, I feel like all the impurities in my body have been removed. It's very relaxed. Shiro Emiya smiled and then said as he felt his body. Now, no matter how you use that power, it won't have any effect on your body, Shiro. Chapter 287. Thank you, big brother. Shiro Emiya said sincerely. Wu-Ming knew that he had to accept this gratitude no matter what. What are you talking about? You're my brother. Even if you're my sworn brother, there's no need to say thank you between us. Wu-Ming didn't look back. Wu-Ming waved his hand and put the culture tank on the ground. Sakura, go make something delicious for Shiro. Now Shiro's body needs to be nourished. It's best if it's meat. I remember there's still a lot of meat in the freezer. The freezer's location hasn't changed. Shiro knows where it is. Wu-Ming turned around and said to Sakura Madu, who was supporting Shiro Emiya. Yes, I understand. Oni-sama, then I'll leave with Senpai first. Just as Sakura Madu was about to support Shiro Emiya to leave, Wu-Ming said. Don't forget to leave your rank card behind. I didn't help you adjust your rank card. If your life is in danger because you used your rank card too much, I'm afraid Scholar will fight me to the death. Wu-Ming teased at the end. Sakura Madu blushed. What? Big brother, don't drag me into this. Shiro Emiya smiled helplessly. Then, I'll leave it to you, Oni-sama. Sakura Madu took out a card. On it was a picture of a man wearing a beast horn mask, holding a big sword, pretending to be crazy. This was Sakura Madu's Berserker card. The power inside was the Berserk Lancelot. Okay, that's enough. You guys can go now. Wu-Ming took the card and said casually, Berserk Lancelot? The guy known as the Knight of the Lake will also degenerate into a berserker? How ironic. Wu-Ming looked at the class card in his hand and smiled uninterestedly. After that, Wu-Ming began to prepare for the purification of the class cards. The class cards that Ainsworth had made all had the negative ability to corrode one's heart and body. Because Shiro Emiya was using the power of his future self, he was almost immune to the psychological damage, but he couldn't avoid the physical damage. That was because the cards had been soaked in the black mud during the manufacturing process. Wu-Ming carefully delved into it and discovered that the interior of the card had the scent of the black mud. Combined with the fact that a job grade card could erode a person's body and mind, this job grade card, including the one Wu-Ming had given to Ilya and the others, as well as the one in Blackie's body, had all been created by the black mud. However, after taking out Wu-Ming and young Gil, as well as the 7 class cards that had been brought to the world of Ilia, they had all been baptized by the Holy Grail known as Mayu, purifying all of these class cards, and the negative effects that corroded one's heart and body had all disappeared. That was what Wuming was doing now. Eliminate all the negative effects that corrode the user's body inside the card. Although Wuming was not the Holy Grail, in terms of spiritual purification, Wuming's noble phantasm, the nameless spellbook, had a lot of spells in this area. Although the two are somewhat different, it should work. Wuming said to himself. In the past, what if, noble and powerful, wise and kind, I will become a double miracle and lead the world to the dawn. Wuming directly activated the power of double authority. In this way, the purification of the negative effects of the class cards should be foolproof. After all, it was the power of a god, and a mere class card couldn't compete with it at all. Wuming placed the nameless spellbook on the table and opened it casually. Wuming took the class card and placed the class card on the nameless spellbook. The class card automatically floated above the nameless spellbook. He didn't even need to chant an incantation. The nameless spellbook automatically activated with Wuming's thoughts, and began to purify the class cards. As expected, it's because of the black mud. Wuming felt the analysis of the class card and frowned. Fortunately, I'm not the same as I used to be after returning to the root. Wuming smirked. After that, Wuming injected an unknown power into the nameless spellbook. BZZT. Like an ordinary object touching sulfuric acid, the class card made a sizzling sound. Then, a small black gas floated out of the class card and disappeared into nothingness. Done. Wuming grabbed the class card. Excessive amounts of ice would seal the flames in the body and extinguish them. However, for the endless flames, a little bit of ice was nothing. It would melt, evaporate, and turn into nothingness. Julian must have realized my return, Wuming said thoughtfully. I have to hurry. With the sound of the door closing, Wuming left the room. Winterwood City, Big Hollow, Ainsworth Castle. A sloppy middle-aged man with messy hair and thin clothes stood at the highest point of the castle, looking at the scenery in the distance. If one looked closely, one would find that the man's eyes were filled with fanaticism and darkness. Thud. This was the sound of a person half kneeling on the ground. The man didn't turn his head and spoke directly. It seems like you've lost completely, Angelica, Beatrice. The man said with a deep feeling. However, no matter how one listened, one could tell that the owner of the voice was not in a good mood. I'm sorry, Master Darius, we've failed, Angelica said calmly. She was not upset or worried about the failure of the mission. That was right. These two people were Angelica and Beatrice, who Wuming thought had no chance of surviving. Although both of them survived Wuming's attack, Beatrice was worried about whether she could survive the attack of Master Ainsworth. Beatrice, who was beside Angelica, didn't dare to speak. Beatrice was just like Angelica, half kneeling on the ground, but she didn't say a word. After all, Beatrice was not a pure puppet. She accepted the rank card to become Ainsworth's combat power voluntarily. Because of the effect of Hercules' noble phantasm, Beatrice only fell into a state of suspended animation, so she was not brainwashed by Darius. He did not want those who died to be deprived of emotions and placed on puppets. After all, the other party really volunteered to help him, so there was no need to spend energy to convert them. Matilda, I can't blame you. I didn't expect Hyun Ryong to really resurrect beside our princess. Darius said with joy. The evil dragon that kidnapped the princess, how can a mere soldier bring the princess back? This needs to be done by a brave prince. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Darius, who was laughing like a lunatic, Angelica and Beatrice did not speak anymore. One felt that there was no need to speak, and the other was too scared to speak. For a moment, Darius stopped laughing, then said calmly to Angelica. Inform those puppets that the enemy is coming. Yes, Master Darius. Chapter 288. On the same day, Wuming helped Mayu and Ilya learn how to use Dream Summon, install. He also guided Xiao Hei while he was at it. Originally, This task should have been given to Shiro Emiya. However, Sakura Madu was worried that Shiro Emiya wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Even the food was personally delivered by Sakura Madu to Shiro Emiya's room. According to Wuming's deduction, he found out that Shiro Emiya was also being fed by Sakura Madu. After all, Wuming could be considered as half a mentor to Shiro Emiya. Although he couldn't use the moves of his disciple, he could still give some pointers to Xiao Hei. Subsequently, Xiao Hei successfully developed a skill that could be considered a new ability, which made Xiao Hei very excited. After that, Wuming made glutinous rice balls for the three of them, making 3 smiling faces and 3 different types of laughter accompany Wuming. After that, Wuming took some free time to find Rin Enban and Luvia. Wuming brought them to the room in the center of the Shou Tsuki residence and folded the space to reveal the control room. After seeing all this, the people who were originally interested in the control room, including Rin Enban and Luvia, were all shocked. Although this isn't a secret, the control room is also the core of my magic workshop. You too must be obedient and don't cause any trouble. This was Wuming's advice to Rin Enban and Luvia, whose eyes were shining when they saw the control room. Okay. Of course, Wuming wouldn't easily believe that the two wouldn't drop the ball at a critical moment. Therefore, Wuming left Collis behind as an assistant to Rin Enban and Luvia. In addition to supervising Rin Enban and Luvia, Collis had another important task, which was to assist the two in the construction of the magic workshop. After all, this was Kanzaki's shrine. Even if Wuming simplified it to modern technology, the two of them wouldn't be able to learn how to use it in a single day. That night, after dinner, everyone gathered in the conference room again. As usual, Wuming sat at the head of the table, while the others sat on either side of him. Young Gil sat in the middle. Everyone, go to sleep later and conserve your strength. Angelica and Beatrice did not come back. Ainsworth must be able to infer that I am back. Maybe the other party will attack directly regardless of the safety of the Winterwood citizens. Hey! Directly launch an attack. Isn't magic supposed to be hidden and not be known to ordinary people? Will Ainsworth really break this rule? Ilya had been in the magic world for a long time, so she already understood a lot of these rules. Although this world had experienced the experience of almost being destroyed, with the help of Zelik, this world successfully escaped from destruction. Even so, the world's population had decreased to a certain extent, and even now, Winterwood City had not fully recovered to its former prosperity. But the people were not afraid, it was just that the population base had decreased, and they still continued to live. Ainsworth's goal is the Holy Grail. Let's not talk about whether they know that I came back with me. With Ainsworth's idea, as long as they get rid of me, no one can stop them from getting the Holy Grail. Wuming explained. When this world was gradually approaching destruction, the magicians from all over the world were the first victims. As the saying goes, if the sky falls, the tall man will hold it up. After the magicians lost a lot of their lives, Zelik spent a lot of effort to resolve the crisis of this world. As for what the crisis was, Wuming didn't know, nor was he interested in knowing. He only knew that because of the decrease in magicians, the Ainsworth family on the other side of the world had become the local tyrant. This was also the reason why the large pit on the side of Winterwood City had not been repaired for 5 years. I can only say that we can't eliminate the possibility of an attack at night. After all, I have already discovered that they are monitoring this place. Wuming said calmly, let's leave it at that for the time being. Everyone, go to sleep. If nothing unexpected happens, we will attack Ainsworth tomorrow morning. After Wuming finished speaking, everyone looked at each other and nodded. Night fell, and Wuming looked in the direction of Ainsworth. With a golden light, young Gil appeared beside Wuming. Why are you here? Good boy, you still need to sleep. Wuming looked at young Gil casually. Ha ha ha, teacher is so gentle. Wuming's words made young Gil laugh. I'm actually here to tell you that I sensed the aura of my upper body. As soon as young Gil said that, Wuming's body trembled, but he reacted quickly. Both of them came back alive. They are so lucky. Wuming squinted his eyes and looked at young Gil. Then, I'll give you your upper body. How about that? Young Jill, on the other hand, smiled gently. Teacher, you must be joking. Although it's my lower body, it has most of my relics. Of course, I know how powerful I am. You want your lower body, right, Gil? Wu Ming suddenly said. Yes, of course. Of course, I want to be complete. Young Gil said as if it was a matter of course. Now, I suddenly realized that you were the most difficult to deal with when you were young. Wu Ming suddenly sighed. He relaxed his aura that was always ready. As if he was on vacation, Wu Ming lay on the roof. After becoming an adult, Gilgamesh was extremely arrogant and complacent. Before becoming an adult, Gilgamesh was gentle and elegant. He always kept his cool. Compared to the guy in front of him who always had a smile and was always calm, Wu Ming felt that the arrogant and complacent Gilgamesh was easier to talk to. I really hate myself after growing up. I really don't understand why I became like that. Young Gil also put down his smile and returned to his original posture. He leaned against Wu Ming and sat down. Really, wouldn't it have been better if you were like this earlier? You made both of us so troublesome. Young Gil was like a real child as he casually said to Wu Ming. Who told you to stare at Mayu so aggressively from the beginning, you idiot? Wu Ming said as he cursed and hit young Gil's head. I can't help it. After all, my heart has always wanted to obtain the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is right in front of me. How could I give it up? After all, Wu Ming did not use much strength. Young Gil only touched his head symbolically and then chatted with Wu Ming. That's right. Although the two of them had a good relationship as master and disciple, they always seemed to treat each other as outsiders. That was because both of them were pretending. Then, what made you give up on Mayu? Wu Ming asked young Gil in a tone that said he already knew the answer. You really have a bad taste. You clearly know the reason, yet you still ask me. Young Gil looked helplessly at Wu Ming. Wu Ming did not mind young Gil's words. He smiled and looked at the sky without saying anything. That's right. No matter what, Wu Ming was like Gilgamesh's adoptive father. Even if it was the Gilgamesh of the parallel world, how could Wu Ming not understand him? Chapter 289. As early as when Wu Ming and young Gil noticed that there were enemies coming to the parallel world, young Gil had already noticed that half of his body was missing. Originally, I just wanted to destroy them in another world. That way, your body wouldn't be able to come back. Wu Ming looked at the sky and confessed to young Gil. Of course, I know. You were there at that time. You definitely wouldn't allow me to get my body back, so I didn't ask for much. Young Gil helplessly waved his hand. But they came back alive. Isn't this what people often say about fate? That's it, I'll help you get your body back. You're not allowed to have any ideas about Mayu and the others. Wu Ming glanced at young Gil. In modern terms, you're really a lolicon. Young Gil laughed heartily. That's it, don't you want the Holy Grail? I'll give you one. Suddenly, Wu Ming said. Huh. You don't let me have any ideas about Sister Mayu and the others, but you want to give me the Holy Grail. So, where is the Holy Grail that you want to give me? Young Gil was puzzled. You also know that since the fall of the Uruk dynasty, I didn't die. Wu Ming did not directly tell young Gil where the Holy Grail was. Instead, he talked about his own experience with young Gil. I once went to a world. In that world, there was a different kind of Holy Grail war. Oh, a different kind of Holy Grail war? Young Gil showed great interest. Yes, it was a Holy Grail war with 14 servants. The black side and the red side each had 7 servants. The black side launched a defensive battle in order to hold the Holy Grail that was already in their hands. The red side launched a siege in order to compete for the Holy Grail that was protected by the black side. Wu Ming continued to look at the starry sky and spoke leisurely without turning his head. First, Black Saber committed suicide, and Red's berserker was captured. Then, Black's rider rebelled with an android and became neutral. Red's saber left the main force, and Black's assassin went out of control. Together with the additional supervisor ruler and the cheating servant ruler who survived the previous Holy Grail War, they launched an unprecedented Holy Grail War. Ha ha ha, that sounds like a pretty good show. Even I want to see these clowns. Young Gil laughed with great interest. And then? Who took the Holy Grail in the end? Young Gil asked impatiently. Wu Ming smiled at this. Of course it's me, your teacher. Ha 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 tilde, I knew it. In this world, only the two of us are qualified to possess the Holy Grail. Those clowns are really overestimating themselves. Young Gil wiped the tears from his laughter and looked at Wu Ming apologetically. Sorry, teacher, it's really funny. So, do you mean to give me the Holy Grail of the Holy Grail War? I originally thought so, but... Wu Ming said slowly. But... I regret it, my disciple. As if he was playing with young Gil, Wu Ming said happily. Is that so? It's similar to what I guessed, but it doesn't matter. Young Gil, who originally had a desire for the Holy Grail, now seemed to have entered sage mode. Young Gil also lay down next to Wu Ming. The Holy Grail is just a desire. I'm now interested in the Holy Grail War you mentioned. When I get back my real body, I'll go to the parallel world to try my luck and see if I can encounter it. After all, there are parallel worlds where the 14 Nights War happened. Even if you're my teacher, I won't accept your charity, Young Gil said with a domineering tone. That's right, in Young Gil's view, the so-called cooperation now was just Young Gil's one-sided weakness. Even if he got back his real body and recovered all his strength, Gilgamesh and Hun Ryong could still fight to a draw. In this way, the Holy Grail was charity. You really haven't changed, Gil. Wu Ming touched Young Gil's head and said with some surprise. What do you mean haven't changed? This king has never changed, okay. Young Gil slapped Wu Ming's hand away in disdain. Do you think Ainsworth will come tonight? Wu Ming suddenly asked. Isn't that obvious? Young Gil said with some disdain. The clowns are always the first to appear, teacher. Wu Ming and Young Gil sat up and looked at the street not far from the Shoryu residence. A black figure flashed from there. Assassin, it seems that the other party can't wait. It seems that this is the other party's vanguard. Wu Ming raised his arm and slid it gently, and a screen appeared in front of Wu Ming. On the screen, the assassin in a black robe and a skull mask was constantly moving toward here. Vanguard. I think it's cannon fodder. Young Gil smiled. Hassan, I just don't know which Hassan it is, but it doesn't matter. Wu Ming obviously recognized the true identity of this assassin. It couldn't be helped, Hassan was too easy to recognize. Maybe it's one of the dozen Hassans. It doesn't matter. After all, it's just a clown among clowns. Young Gil waved his hand casually. You're right. Wu Ming smiled as well. At that moment, Hassan, who was approaching the Shoryu residence, suddenly stopped and dodged to the side. However, a sharp arrow that was comparable to a C-grade relic was shot at the assassin, piercing through his head. Somewhere in the Shoryu residence, a transparent ripple appeared and disappeared. Needless to say, the arrow that was comparable to a C-grade relic was shot out from the transparent ripple. Then, the assassin collapsed on the ground. The magic in his body began to burn, and eventually, he turned into an automaton. A card fell on the ground, but strangely, the card turned into ashes along with the user and disappeared with the wind. It seems like this is a one-time use card. Has Ainsworth learned his lesson? Wu Ming flew up and said to young Gil. So, Gil, can you help me call everyone? Of course, teacher tilde young Gil disappeared from the roof with a flash of golden particles. Wu Ming came to the courtyard of the Shoryu residence and inserted one hand into the ground. Spacefold, expand. After a while, Elia was woken up by Mayu and put on her clothes. Mayu, are the enemies here? Ilya rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Mayu. Yes, Sister Rin asked me to wake you up. They have all gathered. Brother Wu Ming found the enemy's tracks. We have to prepare in advance. After that, Mayu pulled Ilya toward the courtyard of the Shoryu residence. Woo tilde why do they have to come at this time? Damn it, it's like sleeping. Mayu turned her head and comforted Ilya. Don't worry, Ilya. Brother Wu Ming is here. When the preparations are complete, you can go and sleep for a while. I will call you again. No need, Mayu. After all, the enemy has already attacked. It's better to be serious. Ilya waved her hand awkwardly. Speaking of which, why haven't we reached the end after walking for so long? Mayu had been pulling Ilya for a while. Ilya discovered that they still hadn't reached the courtyard. Could it be ghosts? Ilya's expression instantly became flustered. Unfortunately, Ilya's whimsical theory was denied. No, it's Wuming who expanded the folded space of the Shoryu residence. That's why we haven't reached the end after walking for so long. Mayu shook her head. That's right, Ilya-chan. You are obviously a magical girl. How can you be afraid of ghosts? With me here, Ilya-chan can catch ghosts. Ruby's sleepy voice came out from Ilya's hair. You lazy bug. It's time to get up. Stop talking. Ilya ridiculed Ruby. Sister, come out quickly. The enemy has arrived. Sapphire, who had already come out from Mayo's hair, floated behind Ilya's head and said to Ruby, hidden in her hair. Yes, Tilda, I'll come out now. Ruby said somewhat unwillingly. We're here. Mayu stopped and pushed open the door to the courtyard. This is. Chapter 290. Ilya's eyes widened when she saw the scene in the courtyard. She was speechless. The courtyard that was originally several dozen square meters had exceeded Ilya's calculations. It was so big that she couldn't even see the end. Ilya estimated that it was several thousand square meters. In this several thousand square meters courtyard, there were huge steel golems that were more than 3 meters tall. They were like an orderly army that was arranged in an orderly manner. These steel puppets were like high-tech robots. Just one of them was enough for Ilya to sense danger, not to mention the countless puppets in the courtyard. These are? Ilya didn't dare to speak. Mayu, Ilya, why are you two so late? We're just waiting for you two. Little Black waved at Ilya and Mayu, who had just arrived. Ilya and Mayu hurriedly ran over. Sorry, Little Black. The space inside the house after unfolding the spatial folding is a little large. I spent some time bringing Ilya. Mayu apologized to Little Black. You don't have to apologize for such a small matter. Speaking of which, could it be that Ilya was lazing in bed and couldn't get up? That's why you're late, right? Little Black looked at Ilya with a gaze that seemed to see through everything. Hey, how is that possible? Little Black, why would I laze in bed? Ahahaha. Ilya touched the back of her head and laughed. In fact, Little Black wasn't wrong. Is that so? Don't forget that we used to be one body. I basically know all your habits Ilya eh? Wait a minute, that. I didn't. Little Black's words caused Ilya to stutter and become speechless. Stop fooling around, you two. Let's get down to business. Rin Enban said to the two who were teasing and being teased. He instantly glared at Little Black. Blackie, on the other hand, turned his head away while whistling. Everyone looked at Wuming attentively. Beside Wuming, who had his eyes closed, a black teleportation door opened. Another steel golem walked out. It walked to a fixed position and stood there steadily. Then, Wuming opened his eyes. That should be enough. Then, Wuming began to chant. Under the night sky, under the brilliance of the light, form an ancient covenant with me. Here, thy body belongs to us, and we govern thy body. Gods of darkness and light, form a covenant here. As the words were uttered, the ground of the lunar manor began to change. First, it was mixed with a trace of golden light. Then, like a swamp, the ground slowly swallowed the countless iron golems standing on the ground. Only when all the steel golems had disappeared did the earth return to its original state. Were all these steel men swallowed by the earth? Ilya was a little surprised. Don't worry. Wuming walked up to Ilya and rubbed her little head. The color of the earth just now was the effect of my noble phantasm. Now, they are staying in my noble phantasm, waiting for my summons. That's right. What Wuming just used was one of the uses of his kin avatar. Originally, that avatar was originally Mecha's ability to summon locusts to devour everything. Combined with Wu Ming's own evolution, that ability became the ability to summon his avatar. But even if it evolved, the original ability would not disappear, and it still had the effect of summoning creatures. However, because Wu Ming and the Locust's attributes were not compatible, there was nothing in Wu Ming's kin space. That required Wu Ming to find creatures who volunteered to be Wu Ming's summoned creatures to fill in the space. Compared to living creatures with flesh and blood, Wu Ming was more inclined to these golems without self-consciousness. That was what happened just now. Wu Ming summoned the strongest steel golem in Nazalik's kin space. After entering Wu Ming's noble phantasm, those steel golems would automatically become Wu Ming's summoned creatures because they were unconscious. As long as Wu Ming activated his dependent incarnation and didn't transmit his aura to that incarnation, then all those magic puppets would have the power to restrain the black mud. Of course, the other side would also have the power to restrain this side. In short, both sides restrained each other. Let's go, everyone, the other side has begun to move. In order to avoid affecting the city, I decided to attack the other side's base directly. Everyone nodded. Immediately afterward, Wu Ming, Shiro Emir, Sakura Madu, Gil, and Bazette left Shore Tsuki House together. Rin Enasaka, Luvia, Ilya, Mayu, and Xiao Hei stayed in Shore Tsuki House. Let's go, Ms. Rin, Ms. Luvia, let's quickly activate the Master's Temple and go to the other side's base. Collis suddenly appeared behind Rin Enasaka and Luvia without any warning and said, "Ah." Rin Enasaka and Luvia were both startled. After seeing Collis, who was of the same race as Ruby and Sapphire, they both calmed down. I know, let's go. It's improper to scare a lady." Rin Enasaka and Luvia complained and went to the control room. "Then let's go and prepare." Xiao Hei began to move. "Wait a minute, Blackie. Didn't Brother Wu Ming tell us to stay here obediently?" Ilya looked at Blackie, wanting to say something but hesitating. Xiao Hei turned his head away with a look of disdain. "Should I say that you're a fool or an idiot? Big Brother did tell us to stay here as obediently as possible, but there are always accidents. We have to be prepared. If Big Brother and the others can't win for a while, we can go and help." Xiao Hei turned his head and looked at Mayu. "Mayu would agree with me. Eh?" Mayu, who didn't expect Xiao Hei to ask her, was startled at first, but then she reacted. It's not impossible to prepare a little. Back then, when Wu Ming asked the three of them to stay in Shore Tsuki House, Mayu was still a little angry. She became a magical girl. Other than to collect class cards, she also wanted to increase her power and help Wu Ming. Although Mayu was a good girl, good girls also had a stubborn side. "Ilya, let's go and prepare, just in case." Looking at Mayo's determined eyes, Ilya didn't know what to do and nodded. Then, all right, let's go. If we help Big Brother later, we can ask for a reward." Xiao Hei pushed the two of them and started to tempt them. "Xiao Hei, don't push me away, reward." Ignoring Ilya's cry of surprise, Xiao Hei saw that Mayu had fallen into his trap and immediately spoke. That's right. Don't you want Big Brother to kiss you? I miss that night very much." As he spoke, Xiao Hei pretended to be seductive and tempted the two of them. That night. Mayu was stunned. Not pure. "Xiao Hei, you're a girl. You have to be reserved, understand?" Yes. Let's go. Chapter 291. Outside the Winterwood City Pit, Wu Ming and his group came here. "Let's stop here for the time being." Wu Ming waved his hand and motioned for the group to stop moving forward. "So, do we need to attack directly, teacher?" Young Gil put his hands behind his head and said in a relaxed and casual tone. "No need, the other party has already noticed that we are here." Wu Ming shook his head. "They are already at the door. How can the other party not notice that someone is coming?" Wu Ming looked at the empty pit with a sarcastic expression. "Still so pretentious, Ainsworth, is displacement magic really so omnipotent?" Just after Wu Ming finished speaking, there was a slight change in the center of the big pit. Accompanied by spatial fluctuations, figures came out of the ripples one by one. Darius led Angelica, Beatrice, and a few strangers who had no consciousness in their eyes to walk out. "Long time no see, Mr. Wooming." Darius greeted Wooming gently. "Huh? Julian is not here?" Shiro Emir saw that Julian was not among the people who came out of the ripples and spoke subconsciously. "Calm down, Shiro, I will tell you about Julian later." Wooming knew that although Julian had already broken up with Wei Gong Shiro, the things that happened between the two in the school before, and the friendship that developed between them, were all real. With Shiro Emir's character, it was difficult for him to completely let go of Julian. After Shiro Emir heard Wooming's words, he nodded and said nothing. He knew that this was a battlefield now. Looking back, Wooming looked at Darius. "Well, long time no see, Darius." Wooming also responded gently with a smile. People who didn't know might think that the two were best friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. "This is really fate. I remember the last time we met like this." Darius touched his chin with one hand and supported the hand that was touching his chin with the other hand as he thought carefully. "You are really forgetful, Darius. The one who met me was your son, Julian Ainsworth." Yes, look at my memory, ha ha ha." In the face of Wooming's mistake, Darius clenched one fist and punched the other hand with a look of "I forgot to thank you for the reminder." After laughing for a moment, Darius said, "Then, the greetings are almost done." After Darius finished speaking, the few people behind him walked in front of Darius in unison. Their eyes were lifeless like robots. "Same to you." Wooming narrowed his eyes. "Come and see my latest card, Hunryong Sama." Darius bowed deeply to Wooming like a noble. However, to be honest, it was really disgusting. Install, Dream Summon. Each of the dolls took out a class card and activated Dream Summoning. They stuck the class card on their bodies. Boom. Following their Dream Summon, a large amount of magical power erupted and impacted the surroundings. Every golem was wrapped in a huge pillar of light. The tornadoes created by the magic pillars kept blowing in the direction of Wu Ming and the others. Wu Ming and the others' clothes fluttered. "Brother." Shiro Emir took a step forward and said to Wu Ming with a serious expression. "Don't worry, Shiro." Wu Ming stopped Shiro Emir, who was a little emotional, and said, "Let's see what the other party is up to." In fact, Wu Ming was worried that Darius had made a few class cards with special abilities. After all, the level of a noble phantasm was not the most important thing, but whether it could restrain a noble phantasm. Many times, a low-level noble phantasm could restrain many high-level noble phantasms. It was just like the relationship between Shakespeare and Joan of Arc in the Battle of 14 Knights that Wooming participated in. Shakespeare said it himself. "We don't have the ability to fight. We can only pick up a pen and write to record this tragedy." She didn't know magic at all, she didn't have any skill in making props, and she could only build her own study room. She was a third-rate servant with no actual combat ability, but she was able to restrain Joan of Arc by relying on her noble phantasm. There should be a thunderous applause here. Fortunately, the aftermath of the battle between Wooming and Kana affected Shakespeare and Joan of Arc at that time. Otherwise, it would be terrible. However, Wooming estimated that with Joan of Arc's EX level of magical power, coupled with her unusually strong spirit. Having said that, faith was really a scary thing. For faith, Tian Kao lived for 60 years. For faith, Joan of Arc endured the first few rounds of spiritual destruction before Wooming broke Shakespeare's noble phantasm. Sure enough, faith was the way to go. Let's get back to the topic. Moreover, not only noble phantasms, but even servants had restraints. If Ju Yu and Zhuge Liang appeared in the same Holy Grail war, Ju Yu would be restrained by Zhuge Liang. The noble phantasm was sublimated from the legends of his life, so the cause of Ju Yu's death, which was being controlled by Zhuge Liang, would definitely accompany him. Just like Karen's death rate when encountering something related to poison, it would greatly increase. Although Wooming didn't think that anyone could restrain him, it was difficult to guarantee that Shiro Emir and the others would not be restrained. Don't worry, everyone. These cards are not targeted at your noble phantasm. These are just cannon fodder used in the battle. Darius saw the concerns of Wooming and the others, so he didn't care about the card using puppets and spoke directly. You might as well send out your black mud servant army. A group of guys without self-awareness, there's nothing to worry about. Wu Ming laughed. Wu Ming was not underestimating the enemy. That was the truth. No matter what they are, just wash them all away. God says, humans are sinful. God says, humans need to be purified. So, send the monstrous flood to my body. In the name of the Supreme King, I will grant equal relief. As the spirit of speech finished speaking, the sky above Darius and the others seemed to be torn apart, and a hole was broken in space. Countless streams of water gushed out from this gap. However, when it was about to touch Darius and the others, a large purple magic array appeared and caught the water. Then, a purple virtual frame gap appeared above Wu Ming and the others. The water that Wu Ming summoned was used by Darius in turn, directly replacing the space of two places. I have to say, the Ainsworth family's displacement magic is really the pinnacle of magic. Wu Ming praised the displacement magic. Thank you for your praise. Darius seemed to be proud of it and bowed to Wu Ming again. But, my things are not so easy to control. The water that fell on Wu Ming and the others automatically dispersed when it was about to touch Wu Ming and the others. It fell to the ground and slowly flowed into the big pit. Because Wu Ming and the others were on a higher ground, and Darius and the others were on a lower ground, the water naturally flowed into the big pit. Aya, it seems that the substitution magic isn't working anymore. Darius laughed self-deprecatingly. Chapter 292. At this moment, the inside of the big pit in Winterwood City was filled with water. Only Wu Ming and the others were at the top of the big pit, and Darius and the others were at the center of the big pit, protected by displacement magic. Oh. Hyunryong-sama, I didn't expect you to have such a godlike ability. Did you hide it last time? Darius said with a little excitement. Sorry, I didn't hide it. It's okay to tell you. This is a new ability I got from killing the gods of other worlds. Wu Ming answered Darius's question quite casually. God. Is that true, big brother? Wei Gongsha looked at his elder brother with an even more unusual gaze. Not only was Wei Gongsha like this, even Tong Ying and Bazette had a doubtful look on their faces. Only young Gil was quite excited. Good job, sensei. When will you kill those gods of Sumer mythology? Young Jill said such terrifying words with his beautiful face. Wu Ming didn't say anything about it. Not only Wu Ming knew, but young Gil also knew that the original gods were forced to enter a higher dimension after Kanagami's generation, and they could no longer interfere with the operation of the main world. In a sense, those gods were dead and killed by the world. Since Hyunryong-sama has already made his move, then we can't be weak. With that said, Darius waved his hand, and one of the people who had completed the transformation using the class card raised the bow in his hand. The bow in his hand was very simple, and he was wearing a simple leather armor. He looked abnormally energetic, but his eyes, which were called the soul of a person, were very turbid. The puppet man received Darius's command, and like a machine, he drew the bow and arrow and aimed at the sky. Stellar. The puppet man said softly without emotion, then released the bowstring, and the arrow flew to the sky. PFFF. After shooting the arrow, the man's body shattered into pieces. Then, he turned into a broken automaton, and an archer class card turned into ashes. Is it a relic that will be thrown away once it's used? Wu Ming could tell that his opponent had to sacrifice himself to use the relic. As expected of Ainsworth, such a relic was usually quite powerful. Wu Ming raised his head to look at the arrow. After reaching the highest point, the arrow began to descend. As it descended, the power of the arrow increased bit by bit. With Wu Ming's senses, he could tell that once the arrow landed on the ground, it would explode with boundless power that could tear the earth apart. Shiro, use Roias to protect the two of them. Wu Ming made a prompt decision and asked Shiro Emir to use his defensive relic. I don't need to worry about you. Then, Wu Ming looked at young Gil. Of course, at least I still have the ability to protect myself. Young Gil flicked his hair and waved his hand casually. That's it then. Immediately, Wu Ming took a step forward. Lightning. 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 I am the conqueror who can defeat 1,000 with 1,000, and 10,000 with 10,000. Now, for me, who is on the side of justice, please shine brightly, and give me divine power. Thou hast violated the contract and brought evil to the world. On the Lord's day, the sinner shall be punished. Crush his back, dig out his tendons, bones, hair, and brain, and trample on his blood and mud. If I am the one who cannot get close to the darkness, I will follow the Lord's words and destroy thee. In an instant, Wu Ming cancelled his flood incarnation and activated his thunder god incarnation and annihilation incarnation. Beep beep beep, Wu Ming's body began to flicker with red lightning that was so red it was frightening. Actually, if you dodge now, you should be able to avoid this noble phantasm. Young Gil kindly reminded him. That made Wu Ming laugh. If it's you, will you dodge it? Wu Ming asked. Of course not, as a king, there's no need to dodge an unknown clown's noble phantasm. Young Gil shook his head. I'm the same, my disciple. As the teacher of the ancient king, Wu Ming also had a trace of similarity with Gilgamesh. Wu Ming would directly trigger certain things that could be avoided. The unknown was what Wu Ming had always been searching for. That was also one of the points. However, Wu Ming was not an enemy that he would fight head-on. Otherwise, in Uruk, Wu Ming would not have left with Enkidu, but Wu Ming would have fought directly. At that time, although Wu Ming had not yet grown up, and his talent and physical fitness as the root dragon were still very poor, Wu Ming could still fight against these gods at the cost of his vitality. After all, Wu Ming was also the root dragon, and he had the strength to do so. In less than 50 years, Wu Ming was able to successfully awaken the root dragon's body from an ordinary boy to the point where he could kill gods. That was all thanks to the root dragon's bloodline. That was both a price and a benefit. They sacrificed the strength that other higher life forms were born with in exchange for unprecedented growth in just 50 or even 40 years. This might be the reason why the origin of origins, dragons were able to become peak existences that roamed the various worlds. However, Wu Ming seemed to have added the convenience provided by the root dragon's bloodline to his luck. In addition, Wu Ming did not dodge for the sake of Winterwood City. Judging by Wu Ming's naked eye, the arrow that was about to fall from the sky definitely had the power to blow up Winterwood City. Not to mention that Rin Dosaka and the others were still in Winterwood City, Wu Ming still had the attitude of saving the ordinary people if he could. If he was rich, he would help the world. If he was poor, he would take care of himself. That was the truth. Since I can't dodge, then I'll just melt this arrow that's comparable to a meteor. With that said, Wu Ming's lightning burst out and condensed into a lightning beam. It will crush all enemies and enmity, both humans and demons. Wu Ming chanted the Thunder God's Incarnation's enhancement rune, which was a special spirit that could instantly enhance the power of the incarnation. This is my body. Boom. The red lightning pillar rushed straight towards the huge source of mana that was descending from the sky. When the two collided, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The white light covered everything, leaving only the residual sound of the explosion, and the violent wind caused by the collision of the authority and the noble phantasm. Chapter 293. When the light gradually disappeared, everyone opened their eyes. The strong hurricane caused by the collision of the relics caused the dust in the air to scatter. As the two relics collided and exploded in mid-air, it did not affect Winterwood City much. However, some of the flowers on the balcony and the signs on the street were blown off. Wu Ming used his magic to disperse the dust that was wrapped around his body. Behind Wu Ming, a purplish-red cherry blossom shield appeared in the shape of a ball, protecting the people inside. The cherry blossom shield turned into pure magic and dissipated, revealing Shiro Emir, Sakura Madu, and Bazette. As for young Gil, he did not need anyone to protect him. Are you guys okay? Wu Ming turned around and asked. We're fine. What about you, big brother? Just now, the Roias didn't manage to protect you. Although it was said that it did not protect him, it was actually Wu Ming's request. If everyone lost their vision, It would be dangerous. Moreover, Wu Ming also needed to deal with any attacks that might come back other than stellar, which was why he wasn't protected by the 7 blazing circles, Roius. My relic and the opponent's relic cancelled each other out. The only thing that was generated was a super strong storm. This wind is nothing to me. Wu Ming waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. If it was just the gust of wind that was stirred up just now, that little bit of power was nothing to Wu Ming. That was a terrifying attack just now. Bazette said with lingering fear. That's right. If the attack just now landed, let's not talk about whether I could protect you guys, the entire Winterwood City would disappear. Shiro Emiya agreed. What? What is that? At that moment, Sakura Madu suddenly pointed to the front and asked. Shiro Emiya and Bazette also looked to the front. Wu Ming was the first to discover it. A semicircular defensive wall, like an ice castle, covered the original location of Darius and the others. After the light produced by the explosion disappeared, Wu Ming discovered this water-blue ice prison that did not match the sand and dust on the battlefield. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows and stretched his hand to the side. The golden ripples wrapped around Wu Ming's right arm. Then, as if he was holding on to something, Wu Ming suddenly pulled his hand out of the golden ripples. The silver spear of the world tree appeared in Wu Ming's hand. Yggdrasil's vines were quite effective against the tortoise shell. My Yggdrasil. Along with the activation of the relic, the Yggdrasil spear was covered in green. Green vines grew from the body of the spear to the tip of the spear. Wu Ming maintained Yggdrasil's real name liberation status and changed his posture into a throwing position. He aimed at the ice prison and threw it hard. Shio dash. Yggdrasil penetrated the atmosphere and made a sound that broke through the sound barrier. Boom. The ice prison that the World Tree Divine Spear had fiercely attached to exploded violently, and countless vines grew out of the ice prison in a frenzy. A big hole was broken in the ice prison. Swish swish swish. Yggdrasil, who completed the task, returned to Wu Ming's hand and was firmly grasped by Wu Ming. Wu Ming put Yggdrasil back into the golden ripples and looked at Darius and the others in the ice prison. Your tortoise shell is not very good, Darius. Ha ha ha, Hyunryong-sama, you must be joking. Your spear has the ability to break through this relic. Darius was right. If one looked carefully, the vines triggered by Wu Ming's relic were all from the inside of the ice prison. No, it should be from the ice of the ice prison to the outside, just like a plant bud growing out of a stone. When Darius touched the relic, the ice prison turned into a rank card and he held it in his hand. 301 seconds Eternal Ice Palace, that's the name of this relic. What do you think? Not bad, right? Darius took the class card and showed it to Wu Ming and the others. Unfortunately, the class card did not have a class, nor any picture. 301 seconds Eternal Ice Palace? Young Gil frowned. What's wrong, Gil? Wu Ming looked at young Gil. In my memories and my treasury, there is no such precious artifact. Wu Ming certainly understood what young Gil meant. As the ancient king, Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon contained almost all the prototypes of relic. As long as there was a relic that appeared before, it could be found in Gilgamesh's treasury. However, young Jill said that she had never heard of this 301-second Eternal Ice Palace, which was quite thought-provoking. It may also happen to be a relic that was not included in my Gate of Babylon, but the probability is somewhat unbelievable. Although the Gate of Babylon contained almost all the prototypes of relic, it was inevitable that there would be some left out. Almost all of them meant that it was not absolute. It was very likely that this relic was not included in Gilgamesh's treasury. But, I don't believe that he would have a noble artifact that you don't have in your Gate of Babylon. Wu Ming looked at Darius again, who had a smile on his face. Maybe, this is a relic that Darius created himself. Shiro Emiya, Sakura Madu, and Bazette all widened their eyes. Created his own relic? Is this really possible for modern people? Sakura Madu covered her mouth in disbelief. Well, after all, the one next to you has the ability to create relic. Wu Ming pointed at Bazette. Is Ms. Bazette so powerful? Sakura Madu looked at Bazette in surprise. Shiro Emiya also looked at this rather cold partner of his in a new light. Although I can create the backlight sword, it is entirely because I am the descendant of the inheritance germ protector family. Compared to your man who has begun to heroic spirit, I am still far behind. Bizette closed her eyes and said calmly to Sakura Madu. On the other hand, Tong Ying and Wei Yigong Shiro's faces turned red. Wu Ming did not pay attention to the conversation between Shiro Emiya and the others. Instead, he looked at Darius, who had a new move. Well, since Sir Virtuous Dragon was able to break this precious artifact so easily, then these few cards are just showing off in front of an expert. As he spoke, Darius took out 2 more job rank cards without any pictures. Next, let's start the real stage performance, Hunryong Sama. After that, Darius walked into the transparent ripple behind him. Coincidentally, a large amount of black mud was constantly emerging from the transparent ripple. Zizi. Wu Ming. I've connected. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared next to Wu Ming. On the screen were Collis, Rin Enban, and Luvia, whose cheeks were red and swollen. Chapter 294. What did you two do just now? Wu Ming asked curiously when he saw that their cheeks were a little red. Nothing. Ahahaha. Yeah, ahahaha. Rin Enasaka and Luvia waved their hands in a panic, then stared at each other fiercely. How could they say that they were slapped by each other because they were fighting for the master position? Collis bowed to Wu Ming. Master, due to the sudden explosion of a large amount of magic, our communication was temporarily disrupted, but it's fine now. Wu Ming nodded. The large amount of magic that Collis was talking about should be the chaos caused by the collision of the relics. We're on our way to your location. We'll be there in about 5 minutes. Okay, I understand. Collis, remember to keep an eye on these two, don't let them cause any trouble. Wu Ming was still worried about Rin Enasaka and Luvia. Yes, Master. Collis then turned off the communication. Wu Ming looked once again at the black mud that had already begun to spread, and at the few card users who were already rushing over. Shiro, Sakura, Bizette, start attacking the enemy. Remember not to touch the black mud, and protect yourselves first. Wu Ming noticed that the moment the black mud appeared, except for the puppets that had no self-consciousness, Angelica and Beatrice used displacement magic to separate their feet from the black mud. As for the puppets standing on the black mud, their bodies began to undergo some black changes. There was no doubt that the corrosive power of the black mud had reached its peak. Wu Ming could feel that the black mud that Julian released last time was nothing compared to this black mud. Understood. Bizette responded, and without waiting for Wu Ming to finish, he rushed toward the attacking enemies. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows, feeling helpless. You guys go too. Okay, big brother, Oni-sama. After that, Shiro Emiya covered his body with magic and turned into Emiya's costume. Sakura Madu took out the card that Wu Ming adjusted before and used Dream Summoning. Install Dream Summoning. The lower half of her body was a normal black armor, but the upper half of her body was a black armor that could only cover her chest. A black mask with only a slit covered her face, and a few lines that looked like electronic cables extended out from behind Midori Sakura. Red mana patterns also wrapped around his body. Even his black armor and mask had red mana patterns on them. Because of Wu Ming's modification, the black armor was slightly blue, and it didn't have the arrogance of Berserker. It was very suitable for Sakura Madu, a woman like Sakura Madu, to use it, and it could reflect Sakura Madu's beauty. Let's go together, senpai. Sakura Madu smiled at Shiro Emiya. Shiro Emiya reacted, but he didn't blush or even feel embarrassed, but he smiled and nodded. Ah, let's go together, Sakura. Wu Ming looked at the two running away and shook his head helplessly. Really, you're still so lovey-dovey on the battlefield. However, Wu Ming smiled. Both of them had found a good home. Looking at the black mud followers that kept emerging from the black mud, Wu Ming opened his hands. Then, let's begin, my followers. My followers, my servants, the time for war has come, so now, show your brave and fearless figure, for your master, for the king. Before the black mud had completely corroded the ground, The earth had already turned golden. 3-meter-tall steel golems walked up step by step, as if they were walking on a staircase. The iron golem that came up from the golden ground had a layer of faint golden light. That was the power of origin, provided by Wuming. And those followers that emerged from the black mud had starlight that was as deep as the universe. That was the power of origin, provided by the black mud. The power of origin had infinite changes, and there was no fixed form. Even Wuming, who was born from origin, couldn't clearly understand origin. Holy Grail! Holy Grail! Holy Grail! Countless black mud that couldn't be seen were like zombies, moving slowly in the direction of Wuming. These were the heroes that pursued the Holy Grail but didn't end well. Now, they were eroded by the black mud and became abnormal. Bang! An iron fist hit the black mud follower at the front. The iron golems under Wuming's command were inanimate and unconscious magic products. The level of the iron golems was not very high. They could only be used as cannon fodder in many top battles, and they were only level 70. However, these iron golems had great magic resistance and physical armor. Although their attack power was not very good, they were quite good as meat shields and delay time. Moreover, Wuming's origin, dragon's aura was added, so these iron golems had a resistance and restraining attribute against the black mud followers. It was just an armed fist, but with a body that was 3 meters tall, the impact of the fist was not weak, and with the restraining attribute given by silent sound, the black mud followers that were attacked by the iron golem were all emitting black smoke, and they were in great pain. However, as a mutual restraint, the black mud followers could also completely subdue these iron golems with the origin, dragon's attributes. Just like divinity, in general, divinity often had the power to add damage to everything, but if it encountered a weapon or power that restrained divinity, then the guy with divinity would be unlucky. One by one, the black mud followers pounced on the iron golems, and their huge bodies brought poor flexibility. The iron golems fell to the ground and were divided by the black mud followers, turning into pure magic power and disappearing. The black mud followers and the iron golems began to fight. At present, it seemed that the iron golems were obviously at a disadvantage, and their foundation was a lot worse. Sure enough, these iron golems alone can't fight against the followers, even these cracked followers are the same. Wuming said in a tone that was expected. However, it's enough to hold them back. Suddenly, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Wuming moved gently and dodged several noble phantoms. The noble phantoms fell to the ground, causing a violent explosion, and then turned into golden particles and disappeared. Wuming looked at the place where the noble phantoms were shot. Angelica stretched out a hand, and several golden ripples appeared on the gate of Babylon behind her. "We meet again, Hyun Ryong," Angelica said coldly. Wuming looked at Tongying and Bazette, who were being held back by several puppet-level card users, and Wei Gong Shiro, who was being held back by Beatrice. Then, Wuming looked at Angelica again. "You're going to be defeated by me, and you're lucky that you didn't die. Why, do you still want to try your luck?" On the contrary, Angelica, who was usually emotionless, expressed her feelings this time. "I want to defeat you, Sensei." Angelica's originally emotionless eyes revealed a desire to fight. "I see. Are you seriously affected by Gilgamesh's card?" Wuming saw Angelica's current state. Gilgamesh was originally a top-level heroic spirit. Theoretically, even if he was eroded by the black soil, he should be able to maintain his consciousness and not disappear. However, the black soil was not ordinary black soil. It was black soil that was mixed with the root dragon's aura and had the power of the root. This caused the meaning of Gilgamesh's card that Angelica used to be basically clear. However, even if Gilgamesh had lost his consciousness, his power was not something that ordinary people could use. Angelica was subconsciously affected. Coupled with her previous experience of failure, it caused Angelica to be obsessed with Wuming. "No matter how you look at it, it's your fault, Gil." Wuming looked at young Gil, who was standing at the side without moving. "You can't blame me for this, Sensei. It's natural for the disciple to surpass the master. We've never fought before. It's understandable that my lower body wants to surpass you. If you want to blame someone, blame it on being my mentor, sensei. Young Gil waved his hand and pushed the blame to Wu Ming. Wu Ming smiled. If that's the case, then I'll fight you as Hyun Ryong, Gilgamesh's mentor, Angelica. Chapter 295. Swish swish swish. Countless relics shot towards Wu Ming from Angelica's back. Boom boom boom. Wu Ming dodged the relics one after another as he moved towards Angelica. The relics behind Wu Ming exploded violently, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. Young Jill, on the other hand, was watching the battle between Wu Ming and Angelica with interest from a high vantage point. Is he going to fight as Hyun Ryong's mentor? I remember that my mentor taught me about combat. Does this mean that my mentor is going to fight with my lower body as a warrior? Young Gil sat cross-legged on the platform with his hands supporting his chin. How nostalgic. Just as young Gil expected, Wu Ming, who was almost in front of Angelica, took out Yggdrasil from the golden ripples at the side. TSK. Angelica frowned and snorted unhappily. Subsequently, the golden ripples behind Angelica increased in number. Swish swish swish. However, Wu Ming, who had obtained the weapon, began to display his endless martial arts skills. Clang 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 clang. Wu Ming controlled Yggdrasil and displayed the martial arts skills that he had learned from the Mirror Queen, Skaha. Countless relics that were shot towards Wu Ming were deflected. There was nothing fancy or beautiful about it. It was merely a display of martial arts skills to achieve a goal. There were not many fancy moves in the art of killing. The only goal was to kill the enemy. On the other hand, Wu Ming, who had bounced off countless relics, was getting closer to Angelica. Suddenly, a gap appeared in front of Wu Ming, who was moving forward. In an instant, Wu Ming was transported far away. After dodging a few relics, Wu Ming stood firm and looked at Angelica. In a sense, the Ainsworth family's displacement magic is really cheating. Wu Ming leaned on Yggdrasil and said helplessly, "Ha ha ha, I didn't say that I'm going to fight you as Gilgamesh, mentor." Young Gil, who was in the sky, laughed heartily. Angelica did not agree but did not refute either. "Well, you're right. It's on me this time." Wu Ming smiled. "Then, let's start the next round." Wu Ming's eyes suddenly became sharp. A few Lune runes appeared and wrapped around Wu Ming's body. Coming. In an instant, Wu Ming's speed became extremely fast and almost reached supersonic speed. Angelica continuously released her relic, but she could only hit Wu Ming's. If that's the case. Angelica opened two parallel spaces behind her, allowing countless relics to constantly move between the two spaces created by the displacement magic, making the relics in the Gate of Babylon accelerate without limit. In an instant, Angelica cancelled the displacement magic, and countless relics burst out at supersonic speed toward Wu Ming. Clang, clang, clang. Although Wu Ming was hit, Wu Ming's reaction was still able to bounce them away. Yggdrasil. In an instant, Wu Ming performed primary release on Yggdrasil and threw it toward Angelica. The World Tree God's spear rubbed against the air and shot toward Angelica by leaps and bounds. Hum. Accompanied by a faint sound, the space in front and behind Angelica was replaced. Yggdrasil in primary release was just a holy spear with a fierce impact and vitality. It didn't have any extra attributes. Yggdrasil passed through the space and slammed into the ground, causing a violent explosion. The wind caused by the explosion blew Angelica's ponytails, making them flutter in the wind. "Your relic doesn't work, Hyun Ryong." Angelica still looked indifferent. "Then use the sword." That was Wu Ming, who had taken out Ixilver from the golden ripple. Ixilver. Wu Ming performed primary release on Ixilver. In an instant, light gathered on the sword, and Ixilver turned into a huge light sword. As Wu Ming uttered the true name, the lightsaber was violently swung out. The dazzling light rushed toward Angelica. Clang, 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 clang. Shields emerged from the Gate of Babylon behind Angelica and fell to the ground. The shields were stacked on top of each other, forming a shield relic. Boom. The light cannon bombarded the shield, making a loud noise. Angelica dispersed the shield and looked at Wu Ming. I've been waiting for you. Wu Ming suddenly got in through the gap between the scattered shields and raised the holy sword toward Angelica. Wu Ming used the light and sound of the light cannon as a cover, blocking Angelica's vision and hearing, sneaking in front of the shield, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Don't even think about it. Angelica was shocked, but fortunately, she was vigilant in advance and instantly used displacement magic again. Because the preparation was a bit hasty, this time displacement magic only replaced a small space. It only replaced the space at the tip of the meteor silver and the space behind Wu Ming. But, if it was me in the past, I might have fallen for it, Wu Ming suddenly said. Just as the meteor silver was about to enter the space, a golden ripple suddenly appeared in front of the meteor silver. As Wu Ming leaned forward, the entire meteor silver was swallowed by Wu Ming's space relic, Dragonist. Pater. Wu Ming's hands entered the space and came out from the space behind Wu Ming, hitting Wu Ming's back. Wu Ming smiled when he felt that he had punched himself. It feels good to massage my own back. However, Wu Ming's weapon was gone. Angelica naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. I didn't expect the famous master Hyun Ryong to make such a low-level mistake. As Angelica spoke to me, countless golden ripples surrounded Wu Ming and relics appeared one after another. No, how could that be? Wu Ming smiled. I see. It's that move. Young Gil, who was sitting in the sky with his legs crossed, recalled something and said with interest. Since young Gil had already recalled it, it didn't make sense that Angelica, who was subconsciously influenced by Gilgamesh, didn't notice the lower half of young Gil's body. Angelica looked at Wu Ming's smile and felt a strong sense of uneasiness. It seems like Gilgamesh's card power has sensed something, Wu Ming said, but he didn't let go of his hand. Wu Ming clenched his fist and countless vines broke out from the ground and entangled Angelica. Yggdrasil, who was not far behind Angelica, had already activated his relic and was ready for battle. Swoosh! The sound of chains was heard and a few golden chains entangled Angelica, sealing her magical power. In just a few breaths, Hyun Ryong had subdued his disciple, the Hero King. Chapter 296. Here you go, Angelica. With that said, Wu Ming put his hand on Angelica's stomach. Wu Ming exerted force, and Angelica's whole body glowed. Ah! The pain of being stripped of her class card made Angelica moan. When the light dissipated, Angelica, who was bound by enkidu and vines, changed her clothes into a set of home clothes. And Wu Ming had an extra card in his hand. Archer, Archer, Wu Ming read the name on the class card. This class card was Gilgamesh's upper body. Wu Ming threw it behind him indifferently, and a small hand caught the card. The owner of the hand was young Gil, who had already come down from the floating platform in the sky. You've really helped me a lot, teacher. Young Gil looked at the class card in his hand happily. Okay, I've found your upper body for you. Be a good audience and watch this farce. Wu Ming knew his disciple well. Once he regained his real body, it was hard to say what would happen. Yes, I didn't want to participate this time. I'm still very interested in the comedy between teacher and clowns. You have a bad taste. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. By the way, what are you going to do with this woman? Young Gil pointed at Angelica with interest. In this regard, Wu Ming fell into silence. On the other side, Shiro Emiya and Beatrice. Hee. Don't run, come and fight with me. Beatrice was like a psychopath, madly roaring at Shiro Emiya, laughing, and constantly smashing Jolna in her hand at Shiro Emiya. I'm sorry, but I know my limits. If I'm hit by this hammer, I'll be finished. Shiro Emiya jumped, dodging the incoming giant hammer and the surging lightning on the giant hammer. Ha. Then why don't you just obediently die? However, Beatrice did not care about Shiro Emiya at all. She just kept attacking Shiro Emiya. TSK, this power isn't something that a simple person can possess. Wei Gong Shalang once again dodged a lightning strike by a hair's breadth, and said while panting heavily. However, the user is a berserker. Beatrice was now like a berserker. She laughed wildly and controlled the Mjolnir in her hand to attack crazily. If that's the case, then I'll kill him in one strike. Instantly, Shiro Emiya's eyes turned cold. Race on, projection begin. Shiro Emiya's feet suddenly stopped, and he quickly turned and ran toward Beatrice. You finally stopped running? Then go to hell. Beatrice looked at Shiro Emiya, laughed, raised the mjolnir, and began to charge. Immediately, Shiro Emiya waved his hand, and blue lines lit up on his body. Several noble phantoms appeared out of thin air and shot toward Beatrice. It's completely useless. Beatrice smirked as she swung the mjolnir that was still charged with electricity down on the ground. Several noble phantoms made by Shiro Emiya were directly smashed and disappeared. Race on, projection begin. In an instant, Wei Gong Shiro raised one of his hands, and a gigantic sword that was as tall as the heavens and the earth was projected. Is it Igalama? Beatrice recognized the huge weapon at a glance. Beatrice once saw it in Angelica's treasure house. That weapon was one of the two swords held by Jababa, the god of war in Mesopotamia. It was a noble phantasm called Igialima, the green horizon of 1,000 mountains. There's one in Angelica's treasury as well. But it seems like yours is just a fake that imitates its appearance. Beatrice did not retreat but went forward and slammed the mjolnir in her hand on the fake Igalama. Boom. Crack. Igalama and mjolnir collided with each other, and with a cracking sound, Igalama was directly smashed by mjolnir. Ha 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 ha, it's great. That's great. Beatrice laughed maniacally as she stood on the mountain-slicing sword that was stabbed into the ground. Beatrice, who was laughing, suddenly found that Shiro Emiya was gone. Are you going to play hide-and-seek this time? Hey Tilda, Beatrice said with a smile. It's the mouse that eats the cat. Shiro Emiya's voice came from behind Beatrice. Beatrice turned her head and saw Shiro Emiya holding a black bow with a strange spiral arrow on it. The moment Beatrice turned her head, Shiro Emiya let go of the bowstring. Boom! The spiral sword exploded, and the flame buried Beatrice. The wind set off by the explosion blew Shiro Emiya's robe. It seemed that Beatrice had disappeared in the flame. However, Shiro Emiya did not let down his guard. Very good. That's it. Resist, and then be crushed under my feet. Beatrice rushed out of the flame, shouting excitedly, and her expression became more and more ferocious. Beatrice rushed directly to Shiro Emiya. Roias, blazing 7 circles. Shiro Emiya opened the cherry blossom shield with one hand, blocking Beatrice's hammer attack. Although it seemed that the injury was not light, Beatrice became more and more courageous. She chased after Shiro Emiya and hit him all the way. Each petal was as thick as an ancient city wall. 7 petals. Looking at the rapidly decreasing petals, Shiro Emiya sighed again. You're really a berserker. You're really as difficult to deal with as a cockroach. You're the same. You're as difficult to deal with as a mouse. Although Beatrice said that, she did not stop her actions. Her mjolnir kept hammering the 7 blazing rings, Roias, madly. Boom. The last petal broke, and the cherry blossom shield in Shiro Emiya's hand was broken. Die. Beatrice's eyes flashed fiercely, and the lightning on mjolnir suddenly exploded, carrying out a fatal blow. However, Shiro Emiya only projected a pair of black and white dual swords. Crane wings fall no, mind skill Mount Tai, mind skill crossing the Yellow River, mind skill receiving heaven, 2 heroes share the same fate. The dual swords that were less than a meter long changed shape and became a pair of black and white dual swords that were more than a meter long like 2 wings. A few red lights flashed in the smoke behind Beatrice. Random, triple-linked crane wings triple combo, slash. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh was heard. 2 pairs of ferocious wing blades, together with the pair of long swords in Shiro Emiya's hands, cut through Beatrice's body. Shiro Emiya used the smoke and flames of the explosion produced by the pseudo-spiraling sword to hide the other 2 pairs of Moi swords. When Beatrice was focused on Shiro Emiya and thought that she had won, he launched a sneak attack from behind and successfully took down Beatrice. Shiro Emiya's dual swords were on the neck of Beatrice, who was paralyzed on the ground and could not stand up, and said condescendingly, "Now you're a general, berserker." Chapter 297. The scene changed. Wu Ming looked at Angelica and thought carefully. Young Gil looked at Wu Ming and Angelica with interest. I originally wanted to kill her directly. At this moment, Wu Ming, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Wu Ming did not lie. When Angelica and Beatrice came to Ilya's parallel world together, Wu Ming opened the inherent barrier with the idea of blasting them into pieces. Although he also did not want young Gil to obtain half of his body. As the saying goes, things are constantly changing. I've been abandoned by Lord Darius. Now, I'm an abandoned person. You can kill me or cut me up as you wish. Angelica looked at him. Oh Tilda, you're quite self-aware. Young Gil's smile became even brighter. Obviously, young Gil had also seen through Angelica's identity as an abandoned person. Wu Ming was the same. It would be better to say that Wu Ming discovered that Angelica was an abandoned person earlier than young Gil. It was Darius's order to go to the parallel world to capture Ma Yu. However, only Angelica and Beatrice were sent to capture her. After all, Darius had several new puppet subordinates by his side. There was no need to send out Angelica, who had Gilgamesh's card, and Beatrice, who was suspected to have Thor's card. Most importantly, Wu Ming did not believe that Darius did not guess that Wu Ming would be by Mayo's side. Knowing that Wu Ming was there, Darius still sent a team of only 2 people to the parallel world. It was obvious that these 2 were already dispensable abandoned people. Well, since you've already accepted your fate, then stay here obediently. After everything is over, I'll deal with you. Wu Ming said simply, then controlled the vines and Enkidu to release Angelica. As for Angelica, she stood there obediently as if she was a captive, not moving at all. Seeing this scene, Wu Ming frowned in disgust. Of course, he did not hate Angelica, but he hated Ainsworth's displacement magic. Angelica's identity was already known. She was Julian's sister, the eldest daughter of the Ainsworth family. She died when Black Mud was released by Darius and was then replaced by the displacement magic. Unlike the puppet that Wu Ming saw before, it was full of emotions and selfishness like Atlam. Instead, it was a puppet that took the master's orders as the highest order. On the other hand, the puppets that Tong Ying and Bazette fought against were of a lower level. They were emotionless, irrational, and selfless. It could be said that they were purely used for the class card to possess them and act as combat power. Tricks that played with souls, no matter which world it was in, would be punished by the heavens. Zelik once talked to Wu Ming that the Ainsworth family had something to do with the crisis of the world's destruction. In addition, Darius was the ancestor of the Ainsworth family, and he lived to this day. Wu Ming didn't believe that he had no ulterior motives. And such a family that played with souls, even if the descendants wanted to change, it was already impossible. Julian, who was almost completely replaced, was the result. Yuhia's father, sister, and everyone in his family had all died in the disaster that had happened almost 6 years ago. It was also during that disaster that Julian began to be replaced by Darius. As for the so-called Erica Ainsworth, she was of a higher level than Darius. Wu Ming suspected that if Zelik didn't save the world, the restraints would probably send people to destroy the Ainsworth family. Wu Ming shook his head helplessly. If you can, try to make yourself smile. Then, Wu Ming walked in the direction of Shiro Emir and the others. Angelica was stunned. She touched her face. Smile, huh? Young Gil looked at the puppet and shook his head. As expected, there will be a day when you get tired of toys. Then, young Gil followed Wu Ming's footsteps. Only Angelica, who was ordered to stay put, stayed on the spot alone. Neira, later to arrive first, Bazette abruptly used his fist to push out the dagger that had revealed its true form. Flagalak, slash of the war god. Thud. This was the sound of the exhausted backlight sword falling to the ground. Plop. This was the sound of the puppet opposite Bazette who used the class card falling to the ground. At this point, the class card users who surrounded Bazette and Sakura Madu were all killed. This should be all the enemies. Bazette moved his body that was a little stiff from using the backlight sword too many times. Yes, Miss Bazette. I'm also done here. Sakura Madu walked over from the side and said politely. Looking at the wreckage of the backlight sword on the ground, even the usually serious Bazette's mouth twitched. Almost all the backlight swords in my inventory were used up, Bazette comforted himself, but it was worth it after all. It wasn't a loss. These people have become puppets without any sense of self. It's so sad. Sakura Madu looked at the simple automatons on the ground and said sadly. However, because they don't have any sense of self, we can turn the tide under the attack of so many enemies. Bazette tidied up his clothes and picked up the cylinder that was used to store the backlight sword. Now, the cylinder was completely empty. No matter what, there were multiple servants. Even if Bazette could use the backlight sword to offset a servant's noble phantasm, facing many servants, Bazette couldn't use several backlight swords at the same time. If these servants used their noble phantasm at the beginning, Bazette and Sakura Madu might really die here. That's right. I hope these people's souls can go smoothly and not be used by bad people. Sakura Madu prayed. At this time, Shiro Emiya came to Sakura Madu's side. How is it, Sakura? Is it over? Shiro Emiya carried a red-haired loli who was unconscious and held a berserker class card in his hand. Yes, Senpai also defeated the enemy. Are you injured? Sakura Madu asked Shiro Emiya with concern. Shiro Emiya shook his head. I'm fine, but this person was not injured by my fatal attack, so I directly knocked her out, and the class card came out. As he spoke, Wei Gongsha waved the rank card in his hand. In short, Senpai is fine. Sakura Madu's face under the mask showed a smile, looking at Shiro Emiya. Shiro Emiya was a little embarrassed, and his cheeks were red. Is everyone okay? At this time, Wuming came. We're fine. Bazette looked at the black mud and steel battle that was still going on in the distance and said, Oni-sama. Sakura Madu bowed to Wuming. It was obvious that Sakura Madu was not injured. Brother. Shiro Emiya took the red-haired loli and the class card in his hand in front of Wuming. Sure enough, she is the same as Angelica, a non-degraded version of the class card. Wuming took the class card and then looked at the unconscious Beatrice. Just when Wuming wanted to say something, the virtual screen from Sho Otsuki's residence suddenly appeared. Rin Enosaka's slightly anxious face appeared. Wuming, hurry up and leave that place. I've detected a large amount of magic power condensing here. Chapter 298. Wuming and the others set off, while Rin Enban and the others entered the control room. Rin Enban and Luvia stood in front of the control room with their arms crossed, while Luvia stood elegantly in front of the control room. Neither of them spoke. Collis floated between the two, waiting helplessly for them to move. Ms. Rin, Ms. Luvia, please hurry into the control room. Master needs backup. Collis' cold voice sounded. Yeah, you're right. Wuming needs my backup. Rin Enban proudly flipped her twin ponytails. What a joke, Rin Enban. I'm afraid that you don't even know how to activate it. What if you press the wrong button? Wouldn't Wuming's magic workshop be destroyed? Luvia looked at Rin provocatively. Don't worry, I'm very honest. I'm not like some blonde girl who only knows how to show off. Rin Enban and Luvia looked at each other. It was as if sparks were flying between them. The battle between their gazes was abnormally intense. I won't argue with you today. Rin Enban finished speaking and walked into the control room. I should be the one saying that. Luvia caught up with Rin Enban and walked into the control room together. However, the control room's door couldn't accommodate the two of them at the same time. Thus, the awkward situation of the two of them being stuck in the middle of the door was created. Get out of my way. You're the one, you barbaric monkey. The two of them were like contestants in a competition. They pressed their palms against each other's palms. Their crazed faces were pressed tightly against each other. Collis was silent. A pair of wings grew out of her dragon horn headwear. Smack, smack. Collis retracted her wings and spoke elegantly. Ladies, please enter the control room in an orderly manner. I was sent by Master to supervise the two of you. If you don't listen, I have the right to continue my actions. Rin Enban and Luvia covered their swollen faces with tears in their eyes. How dare you hit my face? Really, how can you treat ladies like this? Rin Enasaka and Luvia protested. In the blink of an eye, Kelly spread out her wings. Tilda Luvia, you go in first. No, no, no. Ling, you go first. The moment they saw the pair of wings, the two of them became like a loving family and began to be courteous to each other. Please hurry up. Collis's voice was mixed with a trace of annoyance. This time, Rin Enasaka and Luvia stopped being modest and entered the control room in an orderly manner. Collis followed him in the air. Coincidentally, this scene was seen by Ilya, Blackie, and Mayu, who had entered the Shoryu residence with curiosity. Unexpectedly, I feel that Miss Collis is very dignified. She doesn't look like a ruby at all. Ilya looked at the ruby floating beside her with disdain. Mayu and Little Hay nodded in agreement. Even Sapphire nodded humanely after a moment of silence. Wait, what do you mean you don't look like me at all? I'm a negative teaching material. Also, forget about Mayu and Little Hay, Little Blue actually bullied me with Ilya. Woo-woo Tilda. After saying that, Ruby turned around like a human and let out a sobbing sound. Sister, please be more reserved. Don't be so embarrassing. Sapphire comforted her with a tone of it's so troublesome to have a childish solution. Also, Senior Emerald is indeed more dignified than you. As expected of Master Wooming's exclusive magic attire. She's as reliable as Master Wooming. This time, it was Ilya's turn to be embarrassed. I feel like Sapphire means that I, the one with the ruby, am unreliable. Are we really going in? Mayu raised her hand and asked. Mayu, Ilya, and Little Hay came here to see the magic workshop's activation. Of course, Mayu was instigated by Little Hay and Ilya. Of course we're going in. Otherwise, why are we here? Little Hay waved her hand, expressing helplessness. Yes, Mayu, since we're here, I think it should be fine for us to go in and take a look. Ilya said embarrassedly. But, the control room is the core of Brother Wooming's magic workshop. Even if Sister Ling and Sister Luvia went in, they were accompanied by Collis. The last visit was also accompanied by Brother Wooming. It's not good for us to go in like this. Mayu felt that Wooming didn't tell Mayu and others about the existence of the control room because of the importance of the control room. So, with her two little friends' instigation, Mayu still felt a little nervous. It's alright Tilda, since Big Brother was able to let Ling and Luvia, these two rash brats, into the control room, I'm sure he'll be on guard against them. We're not like them, not to mention, isn't Kelly still inside? While speaking, Xiao Hei pushed Mio and pushed her towards the control room. I know, don't push me, Mayu said with a red face. At this time, the Shoryu residents shook. Mayu, Little Hay, do you feel the vibration here? Ilya, who was standing in the same place, said in detail. It must be said that although Ilya was very rash and sometimes like an idiot, she was often the first to discover something. Last time when Bazette attacked Luvia's house, it was Ilya who first noticed the vibration and felt that something was wrong. Only then did Ilya pull Little Hay to Luvia's house. Hey, is there? I didn't feel it. Me too. Little Hay and Mayu stopped and shook their heads. At this time, rumble. The Shoryu residents shook violently as if there was a great earthquake. What? What happened? What's going on? Earthquake. Ilya, Little Hay, and Mayu were all shaken by this great vibration and fell to the ground. Ling and Luvia must have done something in the control room. Little Hay made a prompt decision. He immediately got up and rushed toward the control room. Wait, Little Hay. Ilya called out to Little Hay and got up from the ground. Mayu did the same. She immediately got up and chased after Little Hay with Ilya. Ling. Luvia, what are you doing? Little Hay rushed into the control room and started shouting. After shouting, Little Hay was stunned. Wait, Little Hay. Ilya caught up from behind. Then, Ilya and Mayu were also stunned. The control room that was originally like a laboratory was now shining with starlight as if it was a magical technology. Every instrument emitted a light that could penetrate one's heart. The twisted wand floated and emitted a 7-colored light. The simple and unadorned book emitted a dazzling light like the stars. Rin Enban and Luvia were standing in front of the big screen in the center. Rin Enban and Luvia were communicating with Wuming on the screen. When they saw Ilya and the others come in, they asked in confusion, "Why did you come in?" Chapter 299. Rin Enasaka and Luvia stepped back, leaving Collis to talk to Wuming. Rin Enasaka and Luvia greeted the three Lollis. Sister Rin, Sister Luvia, what was the earthquake just now?" Ilya asked shyly as she told them about the violent tremors that happened just now. It might be because Wuming and the others were fighting with the enemy. Ahahaha, that's right, looks like the enemy is very strong, ahahaha. Rin Enasaka and Luvia pretended to be calm as they laughed. "It's suspicious." Little Black stared at Rin Enasaka and Luvia with a scrutinizing gaze. Then, Little Black retracted his gaze. "Well, I'll trust you this time." Rin Enasaka and Luvia, who pretended to be calm, secretly let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the conversation between Collis and Wuming entered their ears. "We're on our way to your location and will arrive in about 5 minutes. Collis reported to Wuming. "Okay, I understand. Collis, remember to keep an eye on these two and don't let them cause any trouble." "Yes, Master." Collis immediately turned off the communication. The dragon horn headdress turned around. Even though it didn't have eyes, Collis's intimidating gaze made Rin Enasaka and Luvia feel a chill. Then, Collis opened her mouth. Although due to Miss Rin and Miss Luvia's improper operation, the workshop isn't operating normally, but for now, the lunar temple is operating normally. Then, Collis floated to the central platform and sat down steadily. "Miss Rin and Miss Luvia, please go to your designated location. The lunar temple is moving towards Master." "Yes." Rin Enasaka and Luvia said with enthusiasm and immediately got to work. Miss Collis is still quite dignified. Seeing this scene, Ilya once again expressed her opinion. "By the way, how is the thing moving towards Big Brother moving? Fly or teleport?" Xiao Hei asked with great interest. Regarding this, Miss Chloe can go to the control room and take a look through the window. Collis' voice sounded. With puzzled expressions, Blackie, Mayu, and Ilya left the control room. As soon as they stepped out of the control room, the three of them found that the original Japanese-style structure of the Shō Tsuki residence had changed into a futuristic blue color. This is... Ilya's heart was filled with shock. "There's a window over there." Xiao Hei pointed somewhere. Although it had become sci-fi, the internal structure of the Shō residence had not changed much. Little Black casually found a window and opened it. Then, he led Mayu and Ilya to lie on it and look outside. What the three of them saw was a misty sky and a house the size of a toy on the ground. At this moment, the Shō residence had changed from its original square residence to an ancient temple that resembled an airship. As for the insignificant changes to the internal structure, it could only be attributed to spatial technology. Is it flying? Blackie, Ilya, and Mayu were all shocked. Is this what Big Brother meant by being able to fly? It's really amazing. Ilya had a look of excitement. "What do you guys think?" Mayu, Blackie. "Yeah," Mayu said indifferently to express her agreement. Moreover, Mayo's eyes that were filled with pleasant surprise showed that Mayo's heart was not calm. "Look." At this moment, Blackie pointed somewhere below. Mayu and Ilya looked over. It was at the side of Winterwood City. There was a huge crater. From the center, a large area of black soil and a large area of golden soil surrounded the black soil covered the huge crater. "That's not black soil, but black mud." Mayu looked at these things and said thoughtfully. Although Mayu had never seen it before, Wuming had once told Mayu stories about the battle between Wuming and Ainsworth. Through her own judgment, coupled with her high-altitude vision, Mayu was able to guess that it was black mud. "It really seems to be black mud." Is this the black mud that Big Brother said absolutely tilde cannot be touched? Ilya leaned forward and said while looking into the huge crater. Those fighting with Big Brother's iron golem should be the black mud followers that Big Brother mentioned. Blackie pointed at the indistinct figure that was fighting with the iron golem at the intersection of the black mud and golden soil. Brother Wu-ming and the others are also there. Mayu saw Wu-ming, Shiro Emiya, and the others who had defeated the enemy and stood together. At this moment, the originally open window suddenly closed. This startled the three of them. Maybe something happened. Let's go to the control room and take a look, Blackie said and took the lead to run to the control room. As soon as they entered the control room, Ilya and the others heard Rin Enban's voice. Wu-ming, you guys quickly leave there. A large amount of magic is being detected here. The screen in front of Rin Enban showed the image of Wu-ming and the others. Although Rin Enban said so, Wu-ming shook his head. There's no need. After that, Wu-ming turned his head and looked at the center of the crater. In the center of the crater, where Darius had disappeared, there was something strange. The black mud followers that were about to win suddenly stopped and turned into black mud and merged into the black mud on the ground. Like a tsunami, black mud burst out from the center of the crater and spread out at an astonishing speed towards the surroundings of the crater. It was estimated that it would take a few seconds to return to Wu-ming. This feeling, what is this? Ilya looked at the black mud through the screen and felt the trembling in her soul. Not only Ilya, but also Blackie, Mayu, Rin Enban, Luvia, and the others felt the malice from their soul. Rin Enban and the others began to tremble through the screen, not to mention Shiro Emiya and the others who were at the scene. Wu-ming stretched out his hand and Enkidu appeared and tied up Shiro Emiya and the others. Then, Wu-ming took them into the air. Rin, use the teleportation device to retrieve Shiro and the others. Wu-ming looked at the screen floating beside him and said to Rin Enban. As for the young Gil, Wu-ming didn't see him before. Rin Enban nodded and shouted to Luvia on the other side. Luvia understood. Then, a small opening opened at the bottom of the lunar temple that was close to the big hole. A device similar to a signal receiver extended out. The device lit up. At the same time, Shiro Emiya and the others' bodies also lit up. In an instant, Shiro Emiya and the others disappeared. They had been taken back by the lunar temple. Big Brother, is it really okay to leave one person behind? Shiro Emiya, who was teleported to the control room, quickly came in front of the screen and said to Wu-ming in a worried tone. Ilya and the others were also very worried. Especially Mayu, she was about to cry. In comparison, this thing could make one's soul tremble. Don't worry, this black mud can't do anything to me, Wu-ming said gently and told Mayu and the others not to worry. Gradually, the remaining iron golems on the battlefield were swallowed up. Flying in the air, Wu-ming saw Angelica, who was still in a daze. Heaven Lock, Enkidu, extended and silent cry pulled Angelica, who was about to be touched by the black mud, up. At this point, the black mud completely covered the big hole and swallowed all the iron golems. Chapter 300. Wu-ming helplessly hugged Angelica, who was dragged up by the Heaven Lock. I told you to stay put, and you really stayed put. Don't you know how to move when danger comes? However, Angelica calmly looked at Wu-ming. As a puppet, I have to follow orders. Looking at Angelica's serious and stubborn eyes, he felt even more helpless. Rin, help me teleport her back to the lunar temple, Wu-ming decisively said to the screen that was still open. Are you sure? Rin Enban was confused. Although Rin Enban had never seen Angelica before, she was undoubtedly an enemy. She has already died once, in Mount Yuzong. I killed her. There is no need to kill her a second time. Then, Wu-ming looked at Beatrice, who was thrown to the side by Shiro Emiya. When Wu-ming tied up Shiro Emiya and the others with Heaven Lock, Enkidu, Shiro Emiya grabbed Beatrice. Even Beatrice was taken back to the control room by the lunar temple. Even Shiro didn't kill anyone. Do I look like someone who would kill innocent people? Rin Enban smiled awkwardly as he complained in his mind. I don't know who said that he had already killed the other party once. Yes, I understand. Rin Enban sighed and nodded. A moment later, Angelica's body began to glow, and she was obediently teleported to the lunar temple. Then, with this, there will be no more restraints. Wu Ming stretched his arms and legs. The reason why everyone was teleported to the lunar temple was to prevent them from interfering with Wu Ming. Once again, Wu Ming didn't want to take over the power of others. Back then, Wu Ming planned to attack Darius' headquarters alone. After obtaining the power of a god, Wu Ming, who reached the root of his hometown, had the ability to do so. Well then, have you come out, Darius? After Wu Ming shouted, Darius's laughter came from the replacement space in the center of the big pit. Ha 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 tilde, as expected of the legendary dragon, Lord Hyun Ryong, to be able to defeat all of my dolls. After saying that, Darius walked out of the hidden space and revealed himself. However, Darius was holding a little girl's hand. The black mud was produced from the little girl's body. Wu Ming couldn't help but frown. This girl was none other than the friend that Mayu had happily introduced to Wu Ming. Erica. Mayu exclaimed in surprise when she saw this scene through the screen that had yet to be turned off. No matter what, Erica was someone who wanted to befriend Mayu. Even if they had become enemies for some unknown reason, Mayu still couldn't help but worry about Erica. What's more, Erica's eyes were lifeless at the moment, like a doll's tilde. That's what you want to say, Lord Hyun Ryong. Darius pretended to be elegant, although this still made Wu Ming nauseous. Wu Ming didn't say anything, but his piercing gaze still told Darius. However, Darius continued his disgusting elegant speech as if he didn't see Wu Ming's cold eyes. Given everything by everyone, a body made of God's clay, a magic box with disaster and hope since birth, this is her name. Pandora, Wu Ming said Erica's real name. Ever since Wu Ming saw Pandora in school, Wu Ming had already guessed Erica's true identity. She was wrapped in endless darkness, but at the core, there was a glimmer of light. Coupled with the faint aura of a god's generation, Wu Ming wasn't 100% sure at first, but after Darius' speech, Wu Ming was 100% sure. Erica Ainsworth's true identity was Pandora, the magic box that contained countless disasters created by the gods in the place of the gods, the sorceress that made people sigh with pity. Now, I've finally opened Pandora's box. Ha 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 ha. It was as if Darius had realized his lifelong wish. He laughed with all his strength, and kept on laughing. Hearing this laughter and seeing this scene, Mayu, whose soul was trembling due to the influence of the black soil, became even more afraid. She took 2 shaky steps back. No. Erica, however, 2 hands pressed down on Mayo's back. The warmth from the palms caused Mayo's trembling body to stop. Mayu turned around and saw a pair of similar faces. Ilya. Little Black. Mayu said in a daze. Don't be afraid, Mayu. Ilya looked at Mayu with an unusually firm gaze. You still have us here. Little Black smiled mischievously. That's right. Rin Enasaka adjusted the glasses that he had put on at some point. Everyone is here, Mayu. Luvia looked at Mayu with a gentle smile that wasn't arrogant. Shiro Emiya and Sakura Madu smiled at Mayu. Although Bazette didn't smile and had a serious expression, Mayu saw encouragement in his calm gaze. Everyone, seeing that everyone's souls were no longer trembling, Mayu was touched. Mayu-sama, please don't be discouraged. Sapphire flew into Mayo's hands at the right time. Sapphire, I understand. Mayu hugged Sapphire and nodded at everyone. Perfect. Perfect. Next, it's time to fight the great demon king, Ruby suddenly shouted in a high-pitched voice. Bam! Instantly, a fist sent Ruby flying. You bastard, can't you just be quiet? Rin Enasaka maintained his punching posture and said in a slightly annoyed tone. Protest. Violent protest. Ruby, who was fine, flew back and protested Rin Dosaka beside Ilya. Looks like you're itching for a beating, Ruby. Hey. Rin Enasaka, you're finally acting like a lady. Can't you be more obedient? What did you say? I've always been a lady, okay. Seriously, why are you two fighting again? Sister too, doesn't she know how to read the atmosphere? Ma tilda everyone, stop fighting. Senpai, you're not dignified at all. That's why, I'm really unlucky to be betrayed by the higher-ups. I can't believe that I'm working with you guys now. Mayu smiled happily as she looked at the people who were playing around. While inadvertently paying attention to the big screen, Mayu saw that Wu Ming was looking at her gently without relaxing for a moment. Feeling her beloved brother's encouraging gaze, Mayu nodded again. Collis sat on the main control platform and reported to Wu Ming. Master, the spirit world barrier has been successfully strengthened. Everyone's souls are no longer affected by the black mud. Well done, Collis. Yes, thank you for your praise. At this moment, Darius stopped laughing. Now, I don't need the Holy Grail anymore. You and the Holy Grail will be destroyed together, Hyun Ryong. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,